Hey guys, Ducky here for the Order TFT mid-set Invitational for Reckoning, joined once again by admin and caster extraordinaire Tycoon. Look, we did a bit of cursing last week in our week 1 preview. I'm pretty sure every player that we mentioned who was going to do well were eliminated, so I guess we'll start off there. There were some massive scalps in week 1. Obviously the two big names in the region, Razza and Keen, found themselves eliminated. What was your thought on that?
I was honestly very surprised to see them both go out. Keen just barely missed it on day 2. Took 2 8s, unfortunately. If he could have moved them a bit higher, could have made it through. But Razza just fell way short, falling out in 39th place. I honestly expected him to do a lot better than that, but sometimes you just have an off day, and just is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Is like when it comes down to these tournaments where you only have 5 games on one day, if you go bot 2 in 3 of those 5 games or 2 of those 5 games, it's so much harder to climb back up. And if that's what really happened with Keen, he had 3 top 4s, but because he had 2 8s on his board, he couldn't get enough points because it's just the 1 point and he's trying to carry the rest of his performance. It's very cutthroat, the nature of this tournament. And I feel like we saw some surprising innovation from a lot of the players. Obviously, we mentioned that we would be seeing a lot of Forgotten, some Redeemed, heading into week 1. But there was actually one surprise comp, and that was Skirmishes. And I think that took everyone, including all the casters, by surprise.
Yeah, didn't really... Skirmishes has always been a good vertical trait. You get that early 6 Skirmishes spike, you get a lot of shields onto the board, a lot of free AD, so the longer the rounds go, the more likely you are to win. Hitting an early Jax is obviously really strong if you've got a couple of items for it. But we saw a lot more than that. We saw people contesting each other playing Skirmishes, going straight into Jax carries, just playing the pretty standard Jax with Rel. It was just very surprising, especially considering it has a weak matchup into Forgottens where Draven just melts through it. But there was just a lot of people also contesting each other on Draven, so it was a lot harder to hit. So we, definitely saw some innovative comps.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because Forgotten was always going to be so contested, whether it was Kata carry or Draven carry. We were expecting that, but then I was very surprised by how little Redeemed was played. Obviously, it did face a couple of nerfs in the B patch just beforehand and the big patch before, but it's just it's still I feel like it's a really strong comp. It shares a lot of items with some of the other comps, such as Yasuo or Karma. And because the units weren't contested, I was expecting to see it picked up a bit more. Maybe that changes this weekend as players look to find their own niches into the meta, but I don't know, that just really surprised me, the lack of Redeemed.
Well, yeah, we are on the same patch, you've got to keep in mind, so the patch hasn't changed a lot. We are seeing a few more Abomination comps come out, a few more Draconic, a lot of Zyra carries, so we might see a bit more of that this weekend. Redeemed still hasn't been too popular, but people might be keeping it as a little pocket pick to use because it is so uncontested. It really is just down to Vel'Koz carry. Bulldoze is still kind of relevant, but also really hard to play. So we might see more Redeemed. I think we might end up seeing more Dawnbringer than Redeemed, though.
Yeah, bringing out the Karma pick, always been a favorite of mine. Have been abusing that to try and get back into Diamond this set. Haven't been successful so far, but hopefully by the end of the weekend we can get there.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of competition to talk about still. There is 32 players left. 8 will be eliminated each day on day 3 and day 4 to get our final 16. Tycoon, who are we going to curse this week? Who's your pick to make it to the regional finals?
Well, I've got to stick with Chunga. I did call Chunga last time. He's still very good, and I said if he can make tournament play click, he can go far. And he did exactly that. He went first place day 1, second place day 2. One of the few peoples to take 3 first place games in day 1. Just overall really good, really consistent play from him. He's got a high tiebreaker going into day 3 as well. Honestly, just smashing it at the moment.
So yeah, I was speaking to Chunga midweek as well about his performance. He said that he got a little bit lucky. He felt like he got super lucky with some really strong starts, but you really can't deny that. You said the 3 first place, he played really well. He had the highest average points across the 2 days out of all the players. He just looks on fire. But another name that I want to bring up, and it was brought up by Chunga himself when I spoke to him, was Angora. Obviously, those two are really, really good friends, and Angora had some good performances themselves. And there's a lot of still some top tier names in there, like Sora the Cat, Admiration, Peanut. They're all in the mix. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of players really vying for those top 16 spots. And ultimately, it's going to be very interesting after the cull that we had in week 1, who actually makes it through to week 2.
Yeah, the day 4 or day 3 and 4 rather are going to be a little bit less forgiving as well, or rather more forgiving. We're only dropping the bottom 8 players rather than the bottom 16 players, and you've got the full 5 games before anyone gets cut. So as long as players can remain fairly consistent, they should know roughly by game 4 if they're going to be in or not. There'll be about 8 to 16 players that will know by game 4 if they're getting cut or not, and they've got that last game to kind of push themselves over the edge to the next day. I lost my train of thought.
I can pick it up for you, because honestly, like, I think once we get to that final game, we're going to see a lot of contesting comps. Like, the guys who have made it, they're going to be latched onto by the guys who might be on the fringe cutoff. They might only need a couple more points, and they can try and drag down their opposition. And so it always brings down like that interesting dynamic within TFT of like, do you just make your own comp and play your own way, or do you have to actually try and sabotage who you're playing against and just go, look, if I hit, it's good. If I miss, I just blame Mortog. That's basically what it comes down to in game 5. So I feel like we're going to see a lot of that interesting dynamic in the tail end of this tournament. Anyways, Tycoon, thank you so much for your time for this preview again. Be sure to tune in this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, starting at 6 p.m. AEST, so we can get our top 16 heading into the regional finals ahead of set 5.5.
Hello and welcome to the TFT Reckoning Series Oceania Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order. My name is Ducky, your host for tonight, and I am joined by two more very handsome men with me, Frosty and Judge. Both looking fine and dandy today, lads. Frosty, how you going, mate?
I'm going excellent. I'm here. I'm feeling great. I'm ready to watch some excellent TFT tonight. I'm very excited. We've got some excellent players. We've narrowed it down to the top 32. So it's going to be a high-intensity gameplay tonight. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, like you said, it's day 3, so half the field has been cut before now. But I would be refused to, how you going, Judge? You almost skipped over you.
Mate, I'm doing very well. I think I'm just as keen as you are hosting and getting into the format as the rest of us are in seeing the new gameplay for tonight. Looking forward to what comps we're going to have the players bringing out for us.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what we're going to see tonight. Obviously, half the field has been cut last weekend. We are 64 down to 32, and this weekend we'll decide the top 16 that go toward the regional finals later in the set.
Absolutely.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're bringing out tonight. Of course, the best of the best slowly getting whittled away. We had some upset matches last week, and I think we're going to have some more upsets and some more cool comps this weekend.
Well, instead of us talking about it, we'll have a nice video prepared for you just to run through, in quick 60-second fashion, what you should see for the rest of the tournament. So yeah, there you go. There's the format explainer. And as you can see, these last 2 days are absolutely do or die for the region's best TFT players. There will be no injection into the regional finals in set 5.5. So it all comes down to here for these final 32 to make it with a chance of making it to Worlds. They could get that one spot and perhaps do some Razor magic like he did at Worlds last year.
Yeah, it would be really nice to see that happen here. And the one thing that these players are really looking for today is consistency due to the way that the scoring works. So for every single player, gets a different score depending on exactly where they play. So if you score high in the lobby, you're going to find yourself getting more points than low in the lobby. Sounds simple, right? But the way that the format overall works is that it definitely rewards consistency more than anything else. Going first eighth might end up with a little bit of trouble. My players actually whispering me saying that they actually just want to go fifth the entire day today. So it's going to be really interesting to say. We might see some more safe strategies play out more than anything else. As you see, we're in day number 3. All you need to do is just survive. Only the bottom 8 are getting cut, whereas in the last 2 days here that we've had last weekend, everyone would get cut every 3 games, so it was high intensity sort of stuff. Now I think we're going to see the players really find their comfort zones and try to just play it as safe as possible.
Yeah, last weekend was the massive culling, right? We came down from 64 players to 32 over day 1 and 2. Now coming into day 3, we're also not having that halfway point cutoff as well after the first 3 games. So it is going to be a little bit more stable throughout today, and I expect we'll shake that up tomorrow as players scramble to get into that top 16. But you're right, Frosty. It's all about consistency here, and we're not going to be seeing as risky plays today as we necessarily will tomorrow.
I mean, you say that, but there's going to be a lot of competition, especially as we head down to the final 2 lobbies today. I expect to see, in the first 3 games, guys will be playing pretty true to their strategy. There won't be as much pressure on the players, but as they're getting into the 4th and 5th games, as they're petering near that 24 player cutoff, you might see some people holding hands trying to contest. And obviously there is lots on the line if they do make it to tomorrow, because there is not just spots at the regional finals, but also some prize money on the line. The winner will take $1,000 from the $4,500 prize pool, and everyone from 1st to 8th will also take away a little bit of dosh, and that's obviously on top of the full prize package of 13,500 throughout the entire TFT Reckoning Oceanic series. But we can't really talk about the prize money here when in reality the biggest prize on offer for these players is that one spot at Worlds, and so it's just a matter of making that top 16 in the first place. Frosty?
You know, I just had a big realization, Ducky, that even though in TFT we've got different scores, 1st to 4th we consider a win, everyone wins if you go 8th in this tournament here, so either way it's going to be a great time for these players, honestly. But leading into today, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we're going to expect from the players, because last week I really felt like we set the precedence as to what a lot of players feel like their comfort is. Namely, a big one that we saw was Yasuo. We saw a lot of players just one-tricking Yasuo for the most part, and I think that is going to be a really big lead in today, is that a lot of players are going to be forcing that bow start and trying to go for Yasuo. But as we move into a Peanut here, has a pretty decent Forgotten start, has the ability to make Vayne 2, but is just choosing to hold on to it just in case.
Yeah, I think we are in with Lobby 3, so it is from the lower half of the games from Day 2, so this is the lower half of seeding, but we have got some big names in here still, nevertheless, guys like Escher, who's now on screen. And as we'll see throughout this just first PvE stage, there'll just be guys figuring out their comps, getting their items, deciding what they want to play. We heard from Yasuo, from Frosty there. Judge, what are you expecting to see this weekend?
Honestly, looking at the data, a lot of Forgotten. It was one of the most played comps last weekend. By far, I'm pretty sure it is the most played. If I check my sheet,
you'd be correct.
Thanks, Froden, for the inspiration. Yeah, so Forgotten was played 58 times last weekend, which is a ridiculous amount. It was played 20 times more than Dawnbringer, 23 times more than Redeemed. As it should be. So I am expecting a lot this weekend of Forgotten.
Yeah, it's not just, in Forgotten, everyone thinks, oh yeah, it's Forgotten Draven. There was a Forgotten Vayne game in there somewhere. So expect to see these left field carries as well. Maybe a bit of Hecker, maybe some Kata. So there's definitely lots to play within the Forgotten. Myself personally, I'd love to see a bit of Karma. I am a bit of a Karma aficionado. Also, I would like to see a little bit more Bulldozer as well. Some guys did risk it, and it paid off well.
Well, don't worry, Ducky, because I feel like Karma is going to be one of those compositions that a lot of players are going to naturally gravitate towards due to itemization throughout the AP. I had a little bit of a talk about it last week on broadcast here as to why players may prefer trying to go for more of these AP builds more often than not. And it's simply because a lot of the items are interchangeable. So when these players have a jeweled gauntlet start, I feel like a lot of players immediately in their head, all right, we can go Vel'Koz, we can go Karma, we can make a lot of different stuff happen from here.
Now looking at this lobby, guys, obviously it's very high tier caliber players that we get to this point at the tournament. But are there any players that you guys will be keeping your eyes on specifically, Judge?
Look, having a look at the names, Chunga had an absolute cracker of a weekend last weekend. Multiple first places, didn't go any lower than third. So Chunga is my player to kind of keep at the forefront of my mind. Aside from that, Admiration, quite a good player, had a couple of firsts as well, but some flexible firsts and placements. We saw a second in Blender, a redeemed first place, which is really out of pocket, and as an Abomination Zyra, which is a comp out of my playbook that I love to pull out all the time. So really hoping that they do well.
We did see Peanut pick up the Vayne 2. So he's got the Shadow Ziggs on it as well. So he was sitting on it in that first shop, and he did actually commit to it. Sorry, I did cut you off there, Frosty.
No problem. I was just going to wonder. Well, you've been directing it over to us. Who do you want to see win tonight, Ducky? Who do you want to see take home the golden trophy?
Well, tonight, it's all about making top 24. But when I was speaking to Chunga this week ahead of broadcast, he mentioned Angora, and that's definitely a name that I'm keeping an eye out for this week. Obviously, the two very close friends. But there's lots of names, and it's very hard to pinpoint any now that the field's been blown as wide open as it has been. No Fishbowl, no Razza, no Keen. All those guys were eliminated last week. So it's truly anyone's game as we come into this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I was mostly just saying it so that I didn't want to double up on anyone here. I've actually, funnily enough, I've had a lot of people whispering me, asking for a shout out on stream here. So let me just quickly get out the notepad real quick.
It costs 1 Twitch sub for a Frosty shout out, doesn't it?
Yeah, just, I'm gonna just check my my notepad here. But in all seriousness here, if we're talking about just this lobby and all, I have a few notable names here with players like Drowsy Sword. Gidoff has been a long-standing member of the community and one of the first players to really blow open on the international scene in around set 3 due to his play with mech and making the mech style very popular. Itchy is caster bias here, a bit of a close friend of mine, so there's also that as well. And Angora is a very, very strong player, consistent high legend. So these are the players that in this lobby I'd be looking at here. And how could I forget Australia's most for fun TFT player that we're spectating right now, Escher.
Yeah, look, he says he's for fun, but he's here to play now. He's struggled historically a little bit in these tournaments in the past. He's had a little bit of a reputation, not as bad as Chunga's. I'll give him that. It's not been as bad as Chunga's. But Escher has started stepping up to the block, and he will be definitely trying to pursue, I guess, the reputation that he has, not just as a streamer, but also as a high elo player, to try and make that top 16 and make regional finals. As we see here, slowly just moving towards, it's the early stages of the game. It's really hard to pick out what people are playing yet. You've got some guys with items for Forgotten. They've got the comp for Dawnbringer, so it's really just, we're just rotating through.
Escher played a number of different comps last weekend. I think the only one that was consistent, as in played more than once, was actually Dawnbringer, which was played back-to-back of 5th and 7th. So, a lot of range in there. Had some success with Blender in the first game last weekend. Got a win with A-Bomb Zyra, which, of course, we all know I love. So, looking to see how Escher moves and pivots coming in towards the mid-game, and especially round 3. Having a look at Peanut now, it's a comp that you and I are very fond of, Ducky, with the Crit Vein, and that's 2 perfect items best in slot so far, or at least in my opinion.
I mean, it's Crit Vein in set 5. It's not as strong as the Dusk Vein from set 4 if you look back. But he's trying his best to try and make it happen. And it's a Zeke's as well, so. Those kinds of items are still flexible within a Forgotten comp, whether he actually commits to the Vein. He does have 7 at 2-6, which is very tantalizing, because if he can hit the Vein 3 as early as 3-1, he's in a very, very good spot to just slowly build back his board from there.
Absolutely.
So much of a Forgotten Vein comp suffers purely because you're trying to hit that 3-star Vein, and if you can't manage to get the numbers, then you're going to be bleeding a lot of HP trying to get that 3-star. But this is a really good position for Peanut, as you said, with that 7. Only 2 more. You're really hoping you just natural those and don't need to roll down.
Well, it would be nice if he could natural them naturally, but for the most part, it's not going to be as simple as that. You've got essentially 2 shops to find it in now as we move into Krugs. Peanut's doing his best to try to save as much gold as possible. Finds another one here. That's kind of big, really. I mean, if you're able to just roll down slightly, I'm pretty sure the odds of you hitting it are extraordinarily likely at this point. But I just wanted to go back to you saying that this variant isn't naturally as strong as the Dusk variant. One of the big itemizations that we see here on Peanut is that Bleak's shadow, the Bleak Zeeks, as we like to refer to it. That makes Vein incredibly strong, and that's where most of the power is going to be coming from here in this build. We also see it on Nocturne a little bit, but I mean, Peanut's just in a great spot with these items. I'd be really surprised if he didn't roll down here and just choose to slow roll it on 5 instead.
Yeah, I mean, he just hit
into that 40 economy.
Yeah, exactly. He just hit like an insane amount of gold off of Krugs there. I think it was almost 10 gold off of units. So he is hitting rather nicely, and he does have the gold to slowly roll down at 5. He only needs 1, and then he can start looking to level to try and put in that 6 Forgotten. To really beef up that Vein, maybe chuck in a Ranger to get the attack speed flowing. And we do see people just across the board slowly setting to their comps. Saw a Yasuo player, I've seen a couple of Renewer players. So it is settling into that kind of meta that we were kind of outlining ahead of the broadcast. Lots of Forgotten. Not necessarily the Forgotten carry we were expecting, but it is definitely one that we are getting, and one that is, does have the chance of being successful.
Yeah, really interesting to look at Ichi's itemization here. As tries to itemize the Kha'Zix, running into Peanut here. And it also looks like, I mean, those were pretty much either assassin items or Draven items there. Most typically, we see Last Whisper, i.e. be very indicative of either trying to go for those two carries, but one that we haven't really talked about a lot on broadcast here is Rangers. And Rangers is fairly high up in what, well, it was played last week at least. It was perhaps, I believe it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth highest. But never mind me. Don't mind me.
Oh, and it gets the Ash as well in the roll down. Oh, jeez. Yeah. That is very much... Oh, and he gets the Cav as well. He is very, very, very strong. And he's got the Runehands on bench there as well. That is an insane roll down for Peanut right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to hit this naturally here is going to be very big for Peanut. This means that Peanut no longer has to worry about trying to roll down for the rest of the game, essentially. Just taking a really big roll down at level 6 just to try to find these Forgotten units so you can set yourself up in the near future and have to just play the game and just level. You've already hit your main carry for the rest of the game here. You don't need to worry about trying to roll down at level 7 to find a Draven or a Rise or anything of the sort. I think we're going to see Peanut just play it slow here.
And he's got the absolute best in slot items for Vayne as well. Like, he might have been 62 down the bottom, but this is just such a good position for him to completely, come back into this lobby. Like, he's just perfectly primed. He didn't lose too much HP on the roll down, which is always the biggest concern when you're playing this Vayne comp. It's very easy to drop below 50, even go down to as low as 40 HP, trying to hit that Vayne 3, get it done by 3-1, and hit such a strong bench and board. This is looking good for Peanut for perhaps a top 4.
Oh, absolutely. I'd say that, the biggest pickups here, we're probably going to be talking about are going to be a Rel. I think that the Rel was actually a pretty big pickup here, simply because the Forgotten composition can lack a pretty good front line, but now that the Rel is in play, and it's such an early Rel as well, you're going to find that more often than not it's going to get the kill. But, I mean, Nowfire, with the critical Zephyr here is... that took out the Vayne instantaneously, but I don't think it's going to be close.
It doesn't matter. Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be close at all.
It maybe makes it a 4-unit loss instead of a 5-unit loss there. And look, he's broken win streak. At least it's not right before neutrals, but it's still got to hurt. And that just shows you the strength of Peanut right now in this lobby. He is... Like, he hasn't scouted for a bit, so we haven't been able to, flick around and just see everyone else on the board yet, but... Oh... What a roll! That is a wonderful roll down to start your day, and it's a mental boost as well, because obviously it's 5 games, and just getting out the bat with a nice top 4 really early on makes it really, really good for the rest of the day. It kind of takes the pressure off a little bit. Yeah, like honestly, I'm still mind blown by that.
Well, don't worry, we're going to have plenty of time just to calm things down here for a little bit, settle back into everything here. I really love the pickup here. Peanut had the ability to potentially go for a Rise in the shop there, but as we saw, almost there, managed to steal that away, because Rise with a tier is one of those commodities that you're really looking for when trying to play out this composition. Shadow Blue Buff Rise is considered the trap card, You can pretty much single-handedly turn a fight around with Shadow Blue Buff Rise. We're going to move over to almost there, however, and it looks like, contrary to what I was saying before, that's a Shojin plus a spell crit glove. That's more than likely going to be a Vel'Koz game.
Yeah, so Redeemed was one of our most played comps last week. I'm just pulling up the stats, just give me a second. So it was... I think it was our 3rd most played comp, and obviously Redeemed, there are the 2 carries within it. The most popular one by far was the Vel'Koz. But, and to draw on some stats from Froden over in the States, it's not had that much success. It had a bit more success in OCE. It averaged around a 50% top 4 rate, but it can be a trap at times.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the real worries when you're going into a composition like Vel'Koz is that it is highly reliant on your Vel'Koz, right? You'll find a lot of the times with other compositions, they're secondary carries. You've got, for example, when you're playing Dawnbringers, you've got literally every single other unit because it's a team-wide buff. However, when it comes to Redeemed, if your Vel'Koz gets sniped off, it can be really tough for you to win these fights for the most part. And when you get up to this level, a lot of players know how to position around other players as well. So you're going to find most of the time that a lot of players will know how to position into the Vel'Koz. You know, you put the Diana in front of the Vel'Koz there, and, well, would you look at that? That's a dead Vel'Koz. So
Yeah.
things to these effects can be hugely detrimental to the composition here. It's also just, sometimes it feels like it's just lacking a little bit of power as well, in all honesty.
Yeah. Judge, look, would like to hear from you. Been a little bit quiet, having a couple of mic issues. Look, I understand that. You scream so loud that I could probably hear it over here, and we live about half a country away.
Yeah, look, I was just very excited about that damn peanut on Vayne. I've been liking what I'm seeing so far, and there's a bit of flexibility here talking about almost his comp. We're still early days, just finishing round 3. Look, I'm guilty of wanting to slam this bow straight into that Leona and get Titan's Revenge, because it's such a fun item to play. Definitely not recommended as best in slot in terms of the redeemed comp, but it's a great way to have some extra damage on the front line, because like Frosty said, redeemed Vel'Koz suffers from relying so heavily on the Vel'Koz. So a little bit of front line, a little bit of damage would be supreme. Almost here having a bit of a roll down now, looking for upgrades, looking for better units to fit in this comp, and ultimately trying to hit that 15% Vel'Koz as well. That's why we've got the Varus sitting on the sidelines. We'll be looking to sell that as soon as they can put the items onto Vel'Koz. It's not meant to be though, gonna have to sub him back in, unable to hit.
Yeah, very unfortunate here, but I mean, something that's really interesting, and again, I want to just share my thoughts with you all on this, is, I mean, there was a Teemo went shop there, and Teemo is one of the premier units for a lot of compositions, just being a really solid damage dealer, but chose not to pick it up there. And why do you think that is?
I mean, it could be just a case of, like, he is sitting right down there in 36 HP, so the potential of potentially making that even to a Teemo 2 will pretty much kill him by the time he actually makes it that far. I would have... Oh, okay. Now this makes things interesting.
Very.
It would be interesting to see what other people got in their shops as well, because as you can see, there's people leveling up, there's people really trying to push for it, so there's obviously been some items being dished around. We can see the Bramble Vest on the bench there for Escher, who is very much committing to this Dawnbringer build.
And I really like Escher's use here as well. So the Nidalee items are there, ready for a Karma. You've got the blue buff, you've got a Rabadon, you've got the Needless that can pivot into something, more useful. Very, very tanky Gragas. And I like this prioritization of the tank items in the front line right now, because the Nidalee is enough. You've got a Kha'Zix that'll help out. You've got Pantheon with the Renewer Spat, which is interesting, and I like it. But really, we're looking at having such a tanky front line that Nidalee can go do what she needs to once that Gragas is targeted. So I love this. This is great.
And in a little bit of peanut watch, he hit the Vayne 3 at 62 HP, and he hasn't lost a combat since. I'm pretty sure it's on a 6-win streak now.
Correct.
Yeah, look, I would be very surprised to see that little bit of fire disappear between now and stage 5.
Yeah, it turns out when you hit a 3-star unit and you have perfect items for it, it can carry you pretty far, especially in the early stages of the game. But I mean, even excuse my narkiness over here or my sarcasm, but for the most part, yeah, I mean, we're going to see Escher eventually transition into a Karma composition. I'd be really surprised to see the Pantheon stick more often than not. And I just really wanted to point out his Gragas items, which will eventually be transitioned onto a Garen, are extraordinarily good. He's got Renewer Spat in there as well, and Warmogs. and the potential for a Bramble Vest or Dragon's Claw, depending on what the lobby looks like. If Escher manages to hit later on in the game, I'd say it's got to be pretty good for him. But looking over at Itchy's board, there's a 2-star Karma there, and Escher's had no luck at hitting any Karmas whatsoever.
This is the kind of board that if you're in solo queue, you're telling Itchy to sell because you don't have the items. Like this is you just yelling at them at the top of the lungs. So like, why do you have the Karma? Just sell. You don't have the items, and Escher's probably just feeling that right now. He's blubbering wrong. We can like pretend a conversation is happening.
He's trying, you know. He's willing the Itchy to sell off the Karma there, but I mean, when you hit a 2-star unit like that, especially in Itchy's position where you start getting a bit lower in health there, it's going to come down to preserving health, right? You got to just play strong units, otherwise you're going to die, and Itchy's not in a position to really sell off that Karma, or he's going to die.
Judge, look, I've cursed another player again. I said he was going to win streak all the way through to stage 5, and now Peanuts lost his Fireborder.
Look, I'm a little disappointed that you've talked again, Duck, because this seems to be a recurring theme. But I'm sure I can let it slide. I'm quite enjoying. I mean, we're here with Peanut now. You may have missed it, but Escher had a really good swerve there on the carousel as well to get the glove to be able to have Jeweled Gauntlet. So really preparing again for that Karma off of those Nidalee items. This is a nice spot too. We've got the 3 stacks for Forgotten, 4-stack option. So, oh yeah, no, we do have 4-stack. Good. So we've got the Vayne still doing really well. This Shadow Trap Claw is amazing to help prevent that initial CC should there be something at the start of a round. And this is really the fight that I wanted, to be able to compare these two in the lobby and see who is really just the strongest in this mid game.
Yeah, and Escher is sitting here with almost perfect Karma items for the 6 Stormbringer Karma, but obviously without having it on the Karma, definitely doesn't do much. It's okay on the Nidalee, but you know, if he has the Karma there, he has the chance to blow up the Vayne. But because he doesn't, that's a 6-unit loss, and that's a hefty loss to take. He was up there neck and neck in the top 4, and now he's drifted off 13 HP behind, so that's a full combat, just basically in its entirety, and it's only going to get worse the longer it takes for him to find this Karma. Who do you think from this spot, Frosty, is going to take that first?
Hard to say for the time being, but as we had a quick look over everyone to Getoff's board, Getoff went for something a little bit different, something we're not used to see. Has a character Lysandra, 3-starred already, so we saw, you know, 1-star Vayne, something you might not be used to seeing more often than not the typical reroll that you're used to going. But what about character Lysandra there as well? And I mean, it's honestly, it's just very strong, hard to deal with. Moving over onto Nowfire's board, double Renewer Spat! Jeepers creepers, it's a Renewer lobby, something that we really haven't been seeing all too much. So from this plot here, I think it's really going to come down to what the players end up hitting in their late game shops. More often than not, you know, a Garen 2-star can make a big deal. It can make the difference between a first or a second. So hard to call it from here, but I mean, you know what? I'm going to say Getoff is going to win from here.
I'm liking Nowfire's comp. We saw it just before we launched into 4-6, as Peanut was having a little bit of a scout, and then unfortunately they dwelled on Nowfire's board at the top of the lobby for a second, and unfortunately conjured that match to happen next. And it's really strong. They, like Frosty said, they've hit 2 Renewer Spats. They're sitting 6 Renewer, unbelievable health and mana regen. Honestly, it's just scary to think what they could accomplish late game, especially if they have a really good front line to keep that mana generating in the back line. So excited to see what comes from it. Drowsy Sword playing Forgotten as well. And man after my own heart, was about to comment on the Victor with the brand and the Spellweaver here, the Forgotten Spat as well on brand, but then he hits the Victor 3. It's the Shojin RFC Victor, and I love it. I love seeing a Victor stacked.
Absolutely. It's funnily enough that you mentioned that brand, because it's actually become what a lot of pro players have said is the primary carry of this composition more often than not. A lot of players have been moving away from that brand after it's received several nerfs over the past few months as such, and have instead chosen Victor to be the carry. The continuous shields that you get with the Shojin and on top with this RFC here, means that, I mean, the Cavaliers already hard enough to deal with, and now it just seems almost impossible to get through them. As you see here, Drowsy, not even with a Hecarim 3, still manages to clutch out the fight against Gidoff.
And it's a bit different from, like, I guess, the ambulance comps that we've seen that have come into the A-bomb side of things. It's a little bit different from that, and obviously he's only sitting on the 4 Forgotten right now, and he's got the full Forgotten item stack going. He's got the 4 items. Once he hits that 6 Forgotten later in the game, throws in a Rise, that is a really scary board to try and go up and face, because there can be some real frontline in that. If he's gotten the Forgotten spat, who knows if he finds the A-bomb spat, that is, you'll be laughing bad.
Absolutely. Quick little note here, Itchy not having a great start to the day, finding themselves going out an 8. And I just want to point out something here. We're seeing a lot of Karma 2s pop up on the side here as well, and Escher is starting to dwindle ever so lower in health here, and most notably has to have pivoted away from Dawnbringers simply because there are just no Karmas left. Gidoff has a Karma 2 here as well, and it's just becoming ever so much harder for Escher to try to find these items, the unit for these items.
It was tragic for Escher there also. They've moved to having this Heimerdinger that's picked up the Karma items, which would be great. Nice to have a Jeweled Gauntlet, a Rabadon's on a Heimerdinger, and that blue buff for the initial burst of extra mana to try and get that cast off. And the dragon, the baby dragon, went to cast and got eliminated just as it was about to finish its animation. So Heimer didn't get the damage out in that fight, was unable to effectively contribute to it. And it was just disappointing. It was heartbreaking. Escher's been fighting so hard in this lobby, wasn't able to hit the Karma, and has had that unit handheld all lobby, and had a chance there to turn that around, but that fight just wasn't quite it. I'm hoping that Escher can do something a little bit more against Angora here.
Well, he did this just before this fight. He took out the Assassin and added in the Mystic, which against this comp, even with the Yasuo does primarily magic damage. So he could have a chance. His Heimerdinger is gripping along for dear life, but just doesn't get the cast off. It should still be enough, hopefully, to win the combat. He's got the Yasuo doesn't clean up house here. That is a very handy win for Escher. I think that was against Angora as well, who was hand-holding him in his 5th, 6th position as well. And that is key. In these kind of games, you know, the difference between a 5th and a 6th, it's only 1 point. That 1 point can mean everything by the time the day comes to an end.
You're not dead until you're dead. That's all we gotta say, you know? It doesn't matter whether you're 1 health or 100 health in the end. If you win a game at TFT, it's a 1 game, right? So, really important to note off of just a little bit of a side note there. Angora, 1 off of a Yasuo 3 there. Something I said that we'd be seeing a lot of players trying to force today. Yasuo. Really good for Angora, though, is that there's nobody else in the lobby contesting them and trying to go for the composition there. But, I mean, in Escher's spot here, it's rough. It's really rough, but manages to find the Garen, but doesn't have enough money to properly purchase it here.
He is.
Escher might actually just have to be.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. That is the play. Push for the Renewers in having Vlad out there, even though it's a 1 Vlad, it's still a unit, and get the Garen. Put the Garen in. Make sure that he can capitalize on being a strong frontline unit. It's drawing so much attention away from this Heimer, and we're finally seeing the Baby Dragon cast.
But he is up against Drowsy Sword, who he still hasn't found that 2 Hecarim, but he does have this very, very strong Brand Victor duo. The Brand does go down, but as long as the Victor keeps shielding, he's probably just going to slowly chunk down Escher's comp.
I don't know if it's enough here. I mean, this is just looking like it's just an insurmountable task, even for the Baby Dragon. Perhaps over time we'll hit it, but no, just the amount of damage that the Hecarim can tank up there, Escher's gonna find himself taking a 1 unit loss. Will it be enough? No, going out in 6th there solely, as we move back to a peanut there. Really unfortunate game for Escher, I gotta say. You know, having a really great setup in the early game, looking to go towards Karma, but then the rest of your lobby just takes away your toys and you're just left there with just a single Heimerdinger.
You know, we just did see on the sidebar there that Drowsy Sword has hit the 3-star Hecarim, finally, which is going to be a huge boon. We saw how strong the 2-star was. 3-star is only going to be that bit scarier. with the Shadow Trap Claw as well, giving the shield towards Brand and Victor there. This comp has absolutely just scaled over the last stage.
2 Teemo for Nowfire, and the Heimer is going to get good healing cut across the board as well with the Baby Dragon. I really like Nowfire's positioning here, and not just in the lobby and not just in this fight, but with the way that they've set up their build to succeed. TG Teemo isn't doing any favors with a Frozen Heart in the backline but at the moment, but this is ultimately a combat that Drowsy's going to lose given the damage that's coming out in the healing cut.
Yeah. One of the big counters to this composition is access to the backline, right? And if a Teemo is chucking shrooms onto your 3-star Victor there, it's just not going to work out for you. So unfortunately, Drowsy's going to end up going out in 5th there, even after hitting everything. Now it's down to the final 4 here. And honestly, all of these players are looking extraordinarily strong.
Yeah, Peanut, he doesn't have the best in the slot Shadow Blue buff there for the Rise, but he does have the Shojin, which still generates quite a bit of mana for that, so we definitely won't be complaining about that. The Jeweled Gauntlet, it's okay. He'd probably be hoping for something a little bit different from that, but he probably won't complain. A blue buff here, who's at 4 for Get Off. That's very, very good for him right now, especially since he's currently in transition, trying to level, put in a few more legendary units.
That's it, trying to find some of those critical ones. Garen being a big dealio here. Teemo's not bad, but the sides against the Teemo, considering the fact that if Get Off manages to take a loss here, the math could end up being so that if Angora takes a better loss, that Angora just manages to stick around into a 3rd rather than Get Off. So Get Off's going to take the choice to not pick it up there, and I like it. That's the sort of reasoning that you need to have when you get into these final sort of moments here. Sometimes you got to realize that, hey, I might not be the strongest in the lobby, and you got to try to just, cut your losses.
I like the itemization here for Get Off. Really strong Lissandra carry. We've got great renewers across the board. Putting that renewer spat on the Garen one with Warmogs and Redeemed, really strong, but hoping to clutch it out as that backline took way too much damage at the end there. Ultimately, Baby Dragon, and I think Garen with the Renewer is going to be the stronger play here.
Yeah, I was going to say it honestly might end up being a tie, all things considered, but Get Off now just as I mentioned, now sees that Angora manages to go down in 4th there, and instead chooses to prioritize.
Just watch your HP, watch your HP. He always did it there.
Or picking up a Teemo and dying by your own hand here. And you know what? I want to see it. I want to see the players out of respect putting in the Teemo here and recognizing that it's a lost cause. I can't win the lobby. So instead, I'm just going to go out my own way.
I would like to see that if you start losing this combat. He just picks up the Teemo and gets the negative 66 to finish off the round.
Mm-hmm.
One can hope.
Really good Syndra catch there on the Katarina in this combat. Was able to send her to the Shadow Realm. And this is really nice. The amount of damage that's come out from this whole squad. Lissandra doing a lot from her position in the corner. Garen as well in the front lines, really teeing off. So Get Off still in a comfortable-ish spot, given that we're in the final 3 and they're also a good 30 points behind first place.
Well, that was against Peanut's coin there, so obviously that does, coin battles, of course, but it does inspire a little bit of confidence. Peanut definitely would have been watching that combat with keen interest and probably adjusting his positioning now to face a Get Off. So, there is still a bit of fight left in Get Off in this lobby. He's hit everything. It's just a matter of he's so close to death that just even one loss is just heartbreaking for him.
This is really good positioning, although it is the ghost of Get Off. It's nice to have the Vayne on the same side as the Lissandra, right? We're not getting all of that AoE splash or that AD reduction from Lissandra hitting everything. So it's nice to see that the positioning's worked out. Top 2 squaring off. No, Peanut and Get Off squaring off. Apologies. And it's going to be a close fight again between a Renewer and a Redeemed, and a Renewer with Gargoyle.
Yeah, look, it could honestly just be a case of these two guys timing out. It really depends on when the Garen will start. Oh, he does get the... Oh! Wait.
Oh!
Oh! I swear I saw the timer tick next one there. I swear I just saw a -1 next to the timer. That was the longest second of my life. But that is absolutely huge for Get Off, as he looks to try and just holding on to the final strains of life, and that's a costly loss for Nowfire as well, because that does put him into the 1 combat territory of if he loses now, he's out in third.
War Dog smiling upon Get Off for this day and this day only, as Get Off now trying to get into the final few units of his composition here, trying to hit those 2 stars, hits an Ivan, pretty big one. The one big one that he'd really love to see here, a Garen 2, but he's so far away from it at this point. It's going to be so tough. And, I mean, you mentioned it before that Get Off has hit most of his things, but you know who hasn't? Peanut's still got a few upgrades. A Viego, where he had no Viegos before, is massive against this.
Yeah, look, that's pretty much the game-winning pickup there. The Viego 2 is so strong, especially if you're going from no Viego to 2 Viego, even with no items. If he manages to steal the Lissandra, that's just a huge pickup. He is picking up the Ivan here to start with, and he does get the Ivan still, so he can drop the Daisy onto the board. And you would think from there that that's just Get Off's tournament over, at least for this game. Oh, hold on. Nope, just stay in.
Never mind. It looks like just the consistent damage output from every single piece of this puzzle right here is coming into great effect.
There's just so much of Get Off's comp that comes together. It's not just any one unit that is carrying solely on their own. The fact that Lissandra has Dawnbringer giving her a lot more sustain and damage output as well. We've got the Garen in the front line, who also has Redeemed, that's giving him extra stats. He's got Renewer giving him extra stats and survivability. He's only a 1-star Garen, but it's helping so much. Now looking to pivot all these items onto Heimerdinger, and I think that's a good move. I think that gives a lot of extra damage with the JG, the Dual Gauntlet on Heimer. And it's going to spread that damage further than Lissandra traditionally does in a fight.
Yeah, that's
the Dawnbringer as well is a nice pickup as well. Just the Dawnbringer spat as well is just a huge one on the Heimerdinger. And you saw why there.
It looks like, I think Get Off may have done it. Get Off has now officially managed to worm his way into 2nd place, coming down to the final wire here. I still think that Peanut has the potential to close this one out from here, but just one of you, who do you guys think is going to take it down?
I want Peanut to win, if only because I love Vayne. But look, it's very hard to argue that Get Off is probably going to win this lobby. Like, he's been the last combat he won, and he's only gotten stronger since. He'd probably be ruined the fact that he got a Deathblade there. But you know, Archangels here probably isn't enough of an item for Peanut to turn the tide in the next battle, but look, I'm just going to stop talking because I seemingly curse every player in this tournament, so we'll see.
Look, you know what, Ducky? I'm not going to let you curse Peanut on your own. I think you're right. Get Off has a very strong board. Peanut's only potential saving grace right now is Viego. I think that if Viego can manage to be placed in just the right spot, and steal someone like the Karma, like the Heimerdinger, then Peanut's in for a chance. If not, it's good night. That Heimerdinger will cast, and the Forgotten will be their namesake, Forgotten.
Well, we are potentially it could be the final combat or the second last combat.
I think that it isn't going to be the final combat if Get Off manages to take it down here, but the Viego manages to find the way onto a Karma, a nice secondary carry, but unfortunately doesn't manage to get the steal, and it looks like, dang, Get Off managed to find that Garen 2, and it's paying dividends right about now. The strong AoE damage is just too strong. It's too much.
It's the shred as well, and hold on.
Get Off!
What?
Get Off!
Get Off! Going out by his own terms! I respect it! I respect it!
Look!
I'm a little bit confused. Why?
That's one way to end a game. I'm winning. Let's just buy Teemo and lose because we're on 6 HP. Look, I can respect it. But at the same time...
If it was me, first game of Saturday, I probably wouldn't have grabbed the Teemo and would have opted to get that first under my belt, considering we're going to be letting go of 8 players tonight, whittling down towards 16 players at the end of tomorrow. I'd like my chance to play in September, but look, respect has to be given for the -66.
Yeah,
I
look,
gotta
we just
say-
saw what a bloody impressive finish that was to a lobby. We couldn't absolutely expect that. Look, guys, we do have to take a quick break. The next lobbies are getting sorted. But please stay tuned for hopefully more people buying Teemo.
I feel like people generally like associate like how good a set with how like good they performed in a set. So probably like 4.5, I think. And this is gonna be a really like really like an answer that's gonna give like a really divided opinion amongst like people, because I think most people thought like 4.5 was the worst set, but I feel like I was just so good at 4.5 that like it ended up being my favorite set relative to like the other sets.
I think I really liked Chosen's and set 4.5. I think there's nothing really better than that feeling of just high rolling the Chosen that you want to hit after so long or struggling. You roll like 30 gold, you have like 10 gold left, and you finally hit. I think that feeling is really good for me. Yeah, so probably Chosen's set 4.5. It's definitely the Kale Chosen, that Kale Executioner. Every time I hit that, felt amazing.
Oh yeah, set 3 for sure. Like, so all my TFT friends, they like showing me the set 3 mechanics and units. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I want to play some Candyland and Mech, but yeah, I didn't get to. I didn't get to, so unlucky. Oh yeah, Zaya. Yeah, set 4.5 Zaya. So I'm pretty sure everyone knows me as the keeper one trick from set 4.5. I literally keeper one tricked to rank 1, and yeah, I'm a keeper abuser.
I'd say that set 4.5 Kale was definitely one of my favorite units, and then can't go wrong with a bit of mech, like that Kaiser Demolitionist back in set 3. That unit was also so fun to play.
Azir. It was just like Azir was just like so cool. Like okay, wait, set 4 Azir, not like the Azir from set 2. That stuff was sleeper. But yeah, set 4 Azir with his soldiers. There's just like so much stuff you could do with these soldiers, like 8 ASO ults, etc. Like protect your carries. Yeah, such a cool unit that was like unique in design.
Welcome back to the TFT Oceanic Reckoning series powered by Order. We are at the Midset Invitational Day 3. And what was that first lobby? Frosty, I cut you off just before the break. Get off a bit of a memer, hey.
Give some meme. Get off loves his memes, and what's one meme without another, right? Just straight up giving out the win there, handing it over. I mean, you know what? Maybe it was done out of respect. Maybe it was done out of fear for a peanut. Who knows? We'll never find out. Maybe I'll ask him afterwards, and then we'll find out. But on this broadcast, we won't know. So we just were in lobby number 3 there. A few interesting other things to note. Timo's dad managing to take down lobby number 4. Arfs managing to take down lobby number 2. And Sora the Cat managing to take down lobby number 1. So those are the players. We're going to reshuffle up the lobbies once more as we head into game number 2 here. And we're going to be spectating lobby number 1.
And we do have a few guys from the first lobby here. Obviously, Peanut was in there, but the rest of it's pretty new to us. Hello, there is me looking at myself again. Look, Judge, I do want to debrief a little bit after last game. There was a lot of renewer play. We saw about 1 million renewer spats, give or take a couple thousand there. Were you a bit surprised by the comps that we saw, or is that just people playing towards the items?
I think absolutely people playing towards the items, and it's testament to high elo player play, right? In that you're looking at what Mort is ultimately giving you, what hand you're being dealt for this lobby, and playing it to its most effective state. Renewer so far, as of last weekend, only had 6 total plays. It top 4'd twice. And didn't win. So 33% top 4. Not a horrible percentage. It's certainly not the worst, but it's also a really small data pool to think about in terms of statistics. So I don't hate it. And we certainly saw it's a great effect with the 2 renewer spats. We saw a Garen with a Warmogs doing really well having that, and a Redeemed to boot for extra stats as well. So it's handy, but it's certainly not something you'd want to be trying to force every game. It worked, in my opinion, the best, because of the comp that was built around it and the fact that it was 6 renewer.
I mean, I'm just going to put this into perspective. In one lobby with 8 players, there were the same amount of top 4s renewer, because there was 2 top 4 renewer players in that lobby, than there were in the 314 games from last week. So that just shows, if we're going to talk about small sample sizes, renewer may as well just be the best, put in a quick B patch just before set 5.5 hits. May as well get that nerfed out of the way.
Now, also talking about small data sizes while we're in the early stages of these lobbies, there was only 2 comps played last weekend that had a 100% top 4 rate. It was Bulldozer, which was played 3 times and had 3 top 4s. It also had 2 wins. And there was Spellweaver, which was played a grand total of once, and that was a top 4. So, small data sizes here, but clearly the 2 most broken builds of last weekend.
I just want to bring in from Chit Chat here. We do have an answer for you, Frosty, from Get Off himself. He says, guys, I just lost the round. Let's not talk about any Teemos. I was meant to grab it and hold it to meme by it, but my fingers slipped and I didn't hold. Which is quite possibly the most unfortunate way to lose a game and a point.
I wasn't wrong, though. He's a bit of a memer here, and I mean, it still rings true to this day. So you know what? Kudos to you, Get Off. And I hope you don't have your finger slip too often.
I don't think he's going to be holding any more units like that. He's just going to be complete hands off mouse and keyboard, just stepping back as soon as combat starts. All right, I'm not buying anything.
Yeah,
just in case he makes that same mistake.
We're here with Arfs and Frosty. There's one thing I would like to run past you right now. Despite the fact that this board totally is not in support of it, we do have a Rod and we do have a Negatron. Perfect positioning for Pony Reroll. You get a shadow version of either of those. Pony Reroll, Dark Ionic Spark. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to shoot you down necessarily. Well, you see, here's the problem is that just the items and I'm just not really in a great position here. To build on this a little bit, most of the time, the way that compositions are decided at the moment during sets are by your early game simply because there are a lot of compositions that want to build around an early Leona 2, Gragas 2, going into Dawnbringers as such. Did you find early Draconic? We're not really seeing a lot of Cavaliers here from ARF, so it does make trying to force these sorts of compositions a lot tougher.
Hypothetically speaking,
Does have a
just,
single
you know,
brand
once-
though, right? There's the
Yeah,
spell
true, true.
weavers.
Oh, but look, there's a heck on Carousel. He's got the Shadow Sword. There you go. You can start stacking that. I don't know what he would ever want with the Shadow Sword, but you know, if we're gonna force it, may as well go for it.
Deathblade Hecarim is the hidden tech, Ducky.
Okay, cool, got it. I just want to say, we've seen the Shadow Spat there, picked up Reverse Ingots. Can we get a Force of Darkness? Because as I was looking through last week's games, there was a lot of Force of Darkness wins, surprisingly. A lot of people built it and actually won versus, you know, when I do it in ranked, I build a Force of Darkness and I go 8th because I lost 2 combats in a row and lost 60 HP. So, like, I would love to see that being picked up by Reverse Ingots. Obviously, probably not going to be the case, but who knows?
I'm gonna put a little bit of a sassy take out here for you. The reason, I promise this is professional, this isn't just a shot at you, Ducky, but the reason why these players are at the level that they're at is that they understand the positions to build the Force of Darkness, right? Sometimes players will just hold back on building a Force of Darkness because they realize that they just don't have the units to make it yet. They don't have the strength to be able to support putting in 2 extra units because it is actually a high cost not only on health but also on gold as well to try to sustain something like that. So, I mean,
Especially
a lot of the time, yeah, a lot of the time,
Stage 2.
if you're slamming a Force of Darkness on stage 2 there without complete information, yeah, it will come back to bite you in the backside more often than not, simply because you just can't support it.
What if they're doing the legendaries comp with the level to 6 at 2-5, and then they slam the Force of Darkness, so then they have 8 on board? There you go.
Well, then they're just poor for the rest of the game then, aren't they?
I mean, you're not wrong, but you know, we don't have to talk about it. They should at least win by pure manpower. It's like the Z boards of set 2, you know, just 15 Zeds sprawled across the battlefield.
Alright, look, I'm here for the actual analysis. I'm not here to live in magical Christmas land. That's all I'm gonna say on the matter here.
Alright, understandable. I can understand that. If you want to do some real analysis, though, and that what you have seen in this game so far, please be my guest. What are you thinking so far of this early game?
I would say that it is fairly likely that we are going to see Peanut try to transition into either... I mean, there's a lot of different directions you can go from here, but Peanut's not really picking up anything that would suggest that Forgotten would be something that Peanut's trying to go for here. So more often than not, I'd be saying that Skirms were really well played last week. Skirms are probably on Peanut's priority list here with that Bloodthirster. Skirms good. Solid analysis.
10 out of 10 there, Frosty.
Thank you. I put in a lot of effort.
I tend to agree, though. Looking at the items that Peanut has on board, like, Aatrox is here very much as a, well, that's an easy 2-star unit to have from the start, and we've got a Yasuo. And there's this nursing happening of the Vladimir for potential Nightbringers into, you know, Yasuo comp to get through the mid-game before we get all of the Dragon Slayers. But really, it's angling more towards the skirmishes. You've got that Bloodthirster, as Frosty said. You've also got the Cloak, which if there comes a time that a Shadow Bow is obtained, or even a standard one, we do have that now available, that you can put those on a Jax, and that's now 2 items that are great for a Jax skirmishes comp. So we'll see what Peanut can pick up from the carousel, from the armory, and how that skews the rest of the lobby for them.
Alright, hear me out. We slam everything here. We make a Runance, we make a Deathblade, we make the Bloodthirster and everything here, and we just go all in. Just make the most aggressive play as possible. It's never going to happen, but I would like it to happen, you know?
I'm all for it, but I'm also an unbelievably aggressive player, and there's a reason that I'm on the microphone and you're not watching my gameplay right now. So, like, I love it. The Rune is slammed, and I think that's worthwhile on the Udyr, who has been doing a lot of damage in each of these combats. Obviously, would prefer it on Yasuo in general, but even still, Udyr is able to accomplish something in the early rounds.
I mean, the other philosophy to subscribe there to is he doesn't slam it at all, and he just kept he had a 2 loss streak built up already. By the time he hits carousel, that's a 5 loss streak. He gets the positioning, and then he slams it down at 3-5 after carousel and starts building a strong board from there.
Ooh, there's a Jax. Perfect pickup here as well. That's going to be 6 skirms potentially going to be added in if Peanut wants to roll down a little bit more, trying to find something like a Nidalee as well as a Lee Sin, or perhaps a Kennen in there too. But I think more often than not, an Udyr 2 is still extraordinarily strong for this point of the game here. You know, it's still going to be doing a lot of damage, even supported with this board. So I don't mind just keeping around the Udyr 2 just to hold the items for the time being and just try to make yourself as strong as possible.
And he's got that magnetic remover as well, so as soon as he finds, you know, what he wants for the Jax, he can just pull the items off the Udyr, slam it onto the Jax, and he's happy as Larry.
This is a really large abomination comp right now. Shadow IE, Shadow Runins. That Scion, while Peanut isn't gracing us with his opponent's damage chart, that Scion's doing a lot. Storming straight out onto the board and heavy AD across multiple units. I talked about it last weekend, and I raised the point pretty much every time I'm on mic, in that AoE damage wins games. And that is a really nice setup for that Scion.
Yeah, Scion, funnily enough, so we'll go into a little bit of A-Bomb talk here. A-Bomb was one of the most contested things last week, and it shows in the percentage of its top 4, right? It went 71%. A-Bomb with Zyra went 71% top 4 rate, and it won the lobby 28% of the time there. And I believe small sample sizes, you know, excluded here. That is matched with legendaries for the highest top win percentage of the lobby. So A-Bomb has definitely got the power to take down the lobby here. An early A-Bomb spat can be a very good indicator of where you want your game plan to be.
I do want to just highlight Reverse Ingots here. He is just taking the loss there, and he's sitting in the bottom 4 right now, but he does have some amazing items for Forgotten late game. He's got the Shadow Locker, he's got the Shadow Blue buff, he's even got that Shadow Spat. So he's actually pretty much chilling for now. He just needs to hit his units. He's especially going to be looking for that Rise, potentially the Draven, and he's got a lot of items, I think, left in the pocket. I didn't quite get a look at his bench there, but he's definitely not as capped out as some of the other players in this lobby.
I think I saw a belt. I'm pretty certain there was a cloak there. There you go. So,
yeah,
great items. And looking at that Katarina as well, that Shadow Blue buff, I think if... although they're going to have to remake to make use of it, putting that on a Rise does set you up with the trap card and would be a really good look moving further into this lobby.
I think we're going to see him put in the Ironclad here as well. He might actually play the Jax and put in the Nautilus for the 2 Ironclad.
Fortunately he's not going to be able to get the Forgotten Spat down if that's the case. No magnetic remover there. Instead prioritizes Cavalier, instead just wanting to get that Forgotten Spat down for the time being, getting that little bit of extra power onto that Sejuani. And I gotta like this sort of a play here. You're in your position as Ingots, you're not looking pretty right about now, simply because you don't really have a lot going on. You don't have a lot of gold. You know, your Katarina just got eaten by a monstrosity that is being ridden by a mad scientist. You know, things are looking pretty down, honestly.
The Katarina is able to get a lot of good damage out here and is ultimately what saves the round. I think that Reverse Ingots, while they have been floating at the bottom end of the leaderboard, coming up after Wolves is where the Forgotten, if Reverse Ingots can hit, can shine. Looking towards your late game units, your Rise, your Draven, itemizing for them, I think that's really where we're going to see a lot of benefit. And also, amazing bonus of having a Forgotten Spat. It counts as a shadow item for the Forgotten trait. So you're not only buffing another unit, but you're buffing the whole team by having that as well. It just seems like an amazing double dip. It's one of my favorite little pieces of tech from this set.
And it also just like enables later in the game that, you know, you're freed up for the 6 Forgotten, but you only need 5 of the Forgotten units, so you can drop one of the less useful ones off, or, you know, you can greed for the 9 Forgotten if you find, God forbid, a second Spat, and push for that. That would be interesting. I don't think we saw 9 Forgotten last week.
No, I hate to burst your bubble here, but unfortunately Night Forgotten requires you to play too many weaker units. You know, you don't exactly want to be having a Vayne 2 sticking around in your composition later on in the game, but we're going to move back to Arfs here for the time being, who, for all intents and purposes, looks to be playing that Abomination style of gameplay here, and I love this choice personally. Especially when Abomination is uncontested like this, it just seems like you're in such a great position. Even the ability to transition into a Heimerdinger later on. I mean, I gotta say, it's one of the most powerful things that you can be doing.
My only thing with Arf's board is that it's not A-bomb with Draconic, so it's, while Arf's is hitting a lot of gold from the PvE round, to me, there's a lot of lost potential. And moving towards having the Ivern, having the Gragas, amazing. Definitely amazing, don't get me wrong. Because it is such a strong front line. You've got great CC with Daisy, now putting Nunu in there as well, and remaking there. I think that there's, this is a good board, but you just miss out on so much potential economy not having Draconic in there. You're missing out on upgrading this Zyra as well, which can do a lot. I think, ultimately, that points me that Arfs is going to be playing a Brawler-based Abomination build and focusing on having some Mystic in there a bit later on as well to help buff things out.
Fair enough. One really interesting thing to note is that Arfs chose not to roll down here. So, again, you mentioned trying to go for Draconic is pretty much out the window, but there's a very neat little Draconic carry by the name of Heimerdinger that, I mean, we saw Arfs put in some gold into leveling here. So I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Arfs actually just straight up level to level 8 right now. And makes me look like an idiot because he's not doing it, But just, straight up levels up to level 8 here just to try to get the best odds of hitting the Heimerdinger. Because you are starting to go fairly low in health right about now. Below 40 HP, and the losses are big at this point, mind you. It can be just a few rounds and you're out, and it now becomes the time where you really want to prioritize saving some health.
Engages there as well, but just before that combat, Arfs did just face him. He has the Vel'Koz 2 at 7, at 4-1 as well, which is a huge power spike for him. Hopefully can maybe get back. We just did have a little flick at his board. He's only got the 3 redeemed in with the 3 Mystic, so obviously tailing the Mystic towards the board and what everyone else is playing. So, but he had the Dual Gauntlet, he had the Shojin, so he's obviously got the items for the Vel'Koz. It's just whether he can have the HP to actually get into the late game and really get that laser going.
This Katarina tore up the board against Arfs for multiply. Amazing work, really just front to back. The Draven has 2 completed items here with the Risk Thirster and the Shadow Giant Slayer, which are insanely strong on Draven. So curious to see how they perform for the rest of the lobby. Here's that level that Frosty was asking for. Manages to hit the Nunu 2 and an Ivern 2 with a potential for Taric 2. We'll put that in as well for good measure. And this is now a really tanky front line with some good CC, utility from Taric, and the Chomp, which really I wish that... Oh, okay, good. Thank you, please, Arfs. Put that Rabadons on Nunu so we can get a bigger Chomp happening for all that true damage.
I have one worry in Arfs' case here, is that the difference between going between the A-bomb tiers is massive. Going from 3 to 4 A-bomb is absolutely critical here. You really want to be getting in that 4th Abomination as soon as possible, simply because look at the health bar on this Abomination here. Over the past few fights, it's been melted down extraordinarily quickly. Now, mind you, Arfs is going to win this round here, but I think top priority, more than anything else, is trying to find that rise. I think that's going to be the big key here.
We do see the pings come out on Garen there for some reason. I don't know, probably some person's very happy to find that Garen.
It's a critical unit.
Yeah, with a belt on it as well. Oh, yeah. You can hardly get a better item on it too.
Absolutely.
I think the only way I would be more excited about a Garen is if it was a Shadow Belt, because with Warmogs and Dawnbringer, like that HP tick really doesn't matter. You're wanting that extra HP to gain, again, that extra shield. And so I think that's probably, like, Belt Garen is like 98% win. Shadow Belt Garen is 100% yes, that's what I want. and also the glove pickup here for Multiply and finishing off the final Whisper. This is arguably best in slot Draven, depending on which build you're going. For this build, I'm happy as Larry. You've got a Legionnaire Victor as well, which is just a nice little pocket extra.
He's even got the Shadow GA on the Kata here, so slower out, I guess, attack speed after the revive, but he's going to come back with full health, and he's got the blue buff, the Shadow blue buff, so it hardly ever matters.
Only needs to get one auto attack off to cast again, so that's actually really cool on the Katarina, because she's going to make that attack. She doesn't need to have a second one in order to cast.
Frosty did just mention it while we were talking. That's a Garen 2 at 7 for gauges. I wonder if that Garen was actually the level up Garen for him at Carousel there. He loses off of it, which would be a massive feels bad for having a 5-star, like a 2-star 5 cost at 4-5 at level 7. He's sitting on only 7 HP now, so he is very close to dropping out an 8. That is a huge pickup, potentially try and stabilize himself for the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, really. It just doesn't have the itemization to truly make it that dominant force. We only saw the belt on it before there. So, I mean, I think it's really going to come down to, in this situation, can Gauges really just live for one more round and try to complete some of that itemization on that Garen?
I guess we will say he's very low on the sidebar, and we will see the neg something in the grayed out screen if he does drop out. Oh, and we will see it right now. He is playing against Peanut, who has hit the 6 skirmishes with this Jax. He's even got the Shadow Locket on the Lee Sin in the front line, but that Vel'Koz just absolutely tore through the skirmishes. And so we will be seeing Gauges make it to stage 5. That is a huge loss for Peanut. He is loose streaking now, so he'll be very happy with the fact that he is taking the 5 loss streak into neutrals. That obviously does mean the extra gold generation, which is a huge thing just generally, but that was a big loss regardless. That's a lot of HP to lose at this point in the lobby.
Reverse ingots, we were just watching there as well, thanks to Peanut scouting. That's a Cavalier Katarina, and it is one of the single funniest things I've ever watched in TFT this set. Just seeing Kat throw a dagger, jump to the dagger, apply the standard cast, and then run to the opposite side of whatever target she's fighting. Obviously has that damage reduction as well, because it counts as a charge, and then does it again because of the Shadow Blue buff. It was a rinse and repeat cycle. It's so unconventional, and I liked it. I really did.
Moving into stage number 5 now. This is where we're going to see Peanut's big roll down. Jack's 2 big priority here. Manages to find it, but also a double Kindred as well. These shops have been absolutely stacked, mind you. Finding all these focus, another Heimerdinger.
Another one!
I mean, you know, a professional opinion out the window right here. It would be pretty sick nasty to see a Heimerdinger 2 picked up, but as we see, it just gets sold off. Viego being picked up,
he gets the Viego.
Absolutely massive. That's one of the big late game units for this composition. I just want to see this tier slammed, go straight onto the Lee Sin. Wouldn't have honestly minded it on the Viego either, to be honest, to try to get one of those instantaneous casts off. And as we see, the Viego's just doing work on the backline here. So you can find a lot of the time that this composition, the Jax can sometimes just get stuck being, targeted by the Rel over and over again. You know, continuous daisy knockups like we're seeing right now. It can be really tough for solo Jax to get the job done, but this is the power of the skirmisher board. It's officially in overtime now, and I mean, that attack stat is just absolutely massive.
I would like to say that even though he didn't get the Heimerdinger 2, he did get the Heimerdinger turret stolen in that combat. So, by proxy, he did get a Heimerdinger on board.
I would have liked to see that tier initially slammed on the Viego, purely so you just get that instant cast, right? You jump straight at the back, and thank you, give me a unit from the start of the fight. But the Chalice, it's going to buff the Pantheon damage reduction, it's buffing Jax's damage as well. It is arguably the better pick. I am just selfish and want to see Viego thrive. So I'm liking this board for Peanut. It's great skirmishes. That roll down was insane. We saw 6 shops, I believe, in a row that had a 5% 5 cost appearing in them. So amazing upgrades here. You've got 2 stars across the board other than your Viego. This is a really strong skirmisher build coming into the late game.
And we do see our first player eliminated in this lobby. Gages has gone out an 8th. Garen 2 was not enough, probably couldn't itemize it in time after neutrals, so he does go out an 8th. He does have 3 more games to try and get himself some points. I will have to go back and quickly check what he did finish in game 1. But obviously going out an 8th, it's very hard momentum-wise to, start rebuilding from there. It's the likes of Keen from last week, who was very close to making it through, but because he took 2 8ths, he just didn't have it, even though he had a solid performance, including a 2nd.
Yeah, Gage has managed to finish up 3rd, so even an 8th here, not exactly the worst in the world. There is still definitely the potential to try to bring it back at this stage of the game here. But we're going to go back to Reverse Ingots here, who is one of the higher life totals here, manages to pick up another Viego. Viego is all round today. This is, again, one of those big units for this composition here, and it has the potential to, look, I did say that we wouldn't see 9 Forgotten before, but it looks to be that, for the most part, Ingots is holding onto a lot of Forgotten units here.
Maybe it is coming to fruition, maybe it could be. Also, this Katarina is just the funniest thing darting around the backline. You were right.
Right?
It's just like running around, but it's still not enough.
But there's so much damage reduction. Like, that's the thing that's crazy. Gets caught out by the Heimer baby dragon in the end, but the damage reduction just enabled her to output so much damage still. And I love that. Plus the frozen heart tech there as well. It's just funny. It's not funny because it's troll. It's just funny because it's almost kind of working too.
And look, it may just work in the future as well. He does have the Shadow Frozen Heart on the Katarina as well, which is great once it darts straight into the back line and far away from your team as possible, and does absolutely shred the attack speed of the enemy. Didn't quite pay off that combat, but could pay off in the future. It's telling him to go 9 Forgotten. He just got a shot with 2 veins, and it does get past it, but it is Mork Dog trying to fulfill the prophecy here.
But it doesn't look like it's going to be the case, as we see that Ingots sells off the Katarina. Had the potential of going for a Katarina 3 there for a little while, but instead chooses against it. They're going to put that dark blue buff on. The trap card is fully enabled at this point. Viego with some really nice items as well. I wonder where this Cavalier Spat goes straight onto the Viego, potentially. There it is. I like this choice as well. Just be able to get your Viego into combat a little bit sooner. This is a close fight against Multiply here, who is rocking a really stacked Draven on the backlines here. Multiple shadow items with the consistent CC. The trap card just comes into effect, and Ryze's damage just out-damaging even Draven on this side here with just a blue buff.
Early in that round, we saw the opposing Viego come down into the backlines for Reverse Ingots and try and get a steal, but Draven just turned and one-tapped him. Like, he saw Viego trying to take the Ryze, of course, before Ryze entered that very dark blue buff state, and he just turned and was like, nah, not today. That's my trap card. Like, no, you can't have him. Go away, peasant. And slapped Viego into the Shadow Realm so that Ryze could continue to carry the rest of that fight. So it's just little moments like that I love seeing unfold in these late game boards, that it can turn a fight.
Well, I think it's just really interesting. I guess you and I just have a very different idea of what trap card is here, but you know what? I respect that, really.
And as we are moving just slowly towards the stage 5 neutrals here, so we are getting close to stage 6, and we do have our top 4 for the lobby are sadly sliding down in 5th there. Multiply hanging on with 2 HP, just making it to the dragon. And look, I haven't seen his item just yet. We've got the Morellonomicon here for Reverse Ingots, which he doesn't have any major healing cut yet, outside of just abilities, so a little bit more reliable there with the Morellonomicon. Could be handy. Multiply did get the Warmogs. So, look, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of changing items, right? There's a Viego Dragon, by the way. That would be so cool. Reminds me of Maud.
Maybe one of these days we'll get to carry it over, but alas, for the time being, it would appear to be the case. big roll down here is just trying to find. It's just a rise, I think. There's the big rise. We're going to see this pretty much immediately. Yep, there's the Nikos right there. That's a big pickup. Getting that extra CC and more often than not, just the survivability for the rise. Just to be able to get those consistent casts off is going to be absolutely big for Ingots. Ingots is looking to be in a really good spot to try to take out this game.
I love the Morello place on Rise as well, giving that good healing cut, especially when Rise is getting those multiple casts off as he activates trap card mode. Rel can be someone that's okay to put a Morello on, obviously because of that long-range AoE cast, so you can get it across a lot of units. However, none of it's going to be enough against Jim Jam because, yeah, Heimerdinger has a Shojins, has a Jeweled Gauntlet, you've got a Syndra giving assistance in the back lines there, and it's the Boom Shakalaka from downtown.
Yep. Turns out that Heimerdinger, we saw it last week, the age of Heimerdinger is upon us right about now. Seeing a lot of players tending towards that Heimerdinger comp. We saw Legendaries, I believe was on our little spreadsheet, our little cheat sheet here, was one of the highest grossing compositions again. When you eventually manage to hit everything in the late game there, yeah, it turns out that a whole bunch of 5 costs is actually pretty good more often than not. A bit of a reminder from set 4 there, in all honesty. But more often than not, Heimerdinger just absolutely outdamages everything else in the game, except maybe some 3 stars, you know, going into that sort of thing. And even then, you might find more often than not that it can still put up a pretty decent fight into those sorts of situations here. We're seeing it against Ingots here. This Viego is going to be pretty massive. On the wrong side, however.
He might be on the wrong side, but I did like that little positioning change there that Peanut did just before that combat. He made sure that the Viego was right next to the Trundle, who ended up getting the Banshee's Claw, and that also went on to the Jax, which could have changed the fight, and may still change the fight. We do see the Jax going down, but the Viego is still alive, but not for much longer.
It looked cool for a second there as Peanut was able to Viego the Viego and had 2 Viegos on the board for free, but it's not going to be enough. That opposing Forgotten board is far too strong. The Draven doing a lot of damage, and again, it's Rise with a very dark blue buff. Trap card activated, and just when you think you've got him, he believes in the heart of the cards and turns around.
Peanut typing the first or 8th there. I think he said that on Twitter before the games today. I think it's his mum's birthday today. And so he was like, oh, I'm playing today, and I have to go either 1st or 8th, just because I don't think I can miss my mum's birthday. And look, he did go 1st last game. Is he going to go 1st again this game? If he's on the right side of the board, there's definitely potential.
Really all depends on whether this Diana gets a good moonfall here into the backline here, but looks like the Rel Stun is going to be doing numbers, but Heimerdinger insta shot there, has the turret stolen. This Viego is doing wonders against the Ghost of, I believe it's Jim Jam here. And I mean, this is a clean fight. Peanut hangs on for the time being. 1st or 8th mantra holding true for the time being.
And it could actually happen if he does first Jim Jam in the end here. Reverse Ingots does take just enough damage there. Could come down to this final carousel and the items that we see.
It was really good CC coming up from Peanut's comp against the Ghost there. We had Diana finally got her Moonfall cast off. That picked up the Syndra before she could get her cast off. The CC then led into Viego being able to get his capture, picking up the Syndra. It was just a stack of CC that prevented the backline of the Ghost of Jim Jam being able to cast. And it was really nice. All worked well together. Now pushing for 9, has the Shadow Redemption. And this is going to be an epic final couple of fights here.
It could just be 1. Jim Jam is on 19 HP, so he might be able to live. He did do 16 damage to Reverse Ingot's last combat, so he is hovering around that mark. And it could potentially be the final fight. He does show the Shadow Redemption onto the Mordekaiser. The Viego jumps into the backline and steals the locks. Still, and that was a huge Dino ult, but dead off the board. You see the Viego trying to steal the Rel. Does he get it off?
Looks
he
like
does.
it is. Viego is doing massive work here, managing to steal all the support units. The Heimerdinger eventually goes down here, and this Viego is holding on by a sliver. Jim Jam's barely holding on too. We've got one final fight.
It is coming down all to this. Is Mahina going to live up to his first or 8th mantra? He does. He got the first one last game. He picked up the Heimer as well to try and make Jim Jam's roll down just that little bit harder to try and hit that Heimer 2, because that could be what it takes for Jim Jam to come back in this lobby. It is the Heimer 2, but it looks like he's out of gold and he's out of luck. And unless, you know, with the positioning change, if it's good enough, but Viego, who managed to get the rail, catch the rail last time, if he does it again, could spell a game for Jim Jam.
This is great positioning as well. That rail's going to run forward, so it's going to be the Lux that comes out first, with Lee Sin being tossed to the side by Syndra. An amazing cast from Diana. Retaliation will come from Volibear, but this is just a fight in the top left corner to finish it off. We're still having Viego casting, who's picked up the Volibear, and will fall before getting another. Although this time, I think this could turn.
It's the Garen, yeah. And the Lee Sin's alive as well.
The Trundle!
He gets a heal! The Trundle! Oh, yeah, and Peter gets it! He gets second first of the day. That is huge for Peanut. He's running in to the rest of today with 2 first place in the first 2 lobbies. And look, he can basically punch his ticket to tomorrow off the back of that. That is an absolutely huge win for the man who said on Twitter before today he would be going first or 8th. Yet another insane lobby. That was really exciting. Frosty, what are your thoughts?
Trundle, good unit. That's all I gotta say. It's a Heimer 2 diff as well. There you go. Alright, professional analysis done. Judge, what are your thoughts?
Look, you said it so well, but I think that it's important to note it was 2 different comps. We saw a Forgotten Vayne taking out a top spot, albeit to the death of a Teemo, but there was also the Skirm. So there is this versatility, and it's the point we always keep coming back to, talking about players that have what it takes to be the best in this game, is the versatility and understanding if Mort Dog is dealing you a great hand, you have to know how to play it.
And that is, I guess, what is the mantra of the tournament, is the guys that will make it to the top 16 are the guys who play around their items. We will be running to another quick break, but be sure to stick around. We have still got 3 more lobbies today, and there's plenty more action to come. to the TFT Reckoning Oceanic Series, powered by Order. This is the Midset Invitational, and I just had a 5-minute dance break driven along to the Club 2 beats. I don't know about you guys, it was very, very lovely. But we do have some lobbies to break down. We are 2 games in, 3 to go. Judge, what has impressed you tonight so far?
Honestly, has been Peanut's flexibility. I mentioned it before the break, I'm mentioning it now because it needs to be noted. Players, take notice. Even if you are bronze and want to improve, take notice. Understand the game of TFT. Understand what makes you powerful. Why are you powerful? When are you powerful? Why is Gamora? And then you'll know how to flex through your lobbies, okay? Scouting is mentioned as being so important, and we're seeing that with every player here as well tonight. So it's less about all of the amazing stuff we've seen in the comps, while I am still very happy about a Forgotten Vein doing so well. It really is just about the skill of the players, as we expect at the top end of Oceanic TFT.
Well, Frosty, I would like to put it to you. We've seen Forgotten Vein, we've seen Skirms with Peanut. Can we pick his third comp, perhaps?
Okay, all right. See, look,
Full
we've had some stuff that's a little bit out there. All right, so game number 1 was it's hard to match in terms of exactly what we're trying to see here. You know, Forgotten Vein, not exactly what you're gonna see. On the other hand, here we did see something that was fairly consistent. Game 3. All right. I think we need to go middle of the road here. If Peanut is truly looking towards something that's a little bit more consistent, or maybe we'll see some Karma. I don't think we're going to be seeing some Velikos in there. Maybe we'll see some Forgotten. Some Draven is incredibly consistent. We mentioned it before. It was the highest composition that was played throughout the entirety of last week there. So, in all honesty, I mean, that's one of the big things in the state of balance at the moment, is that it feels like a lot of things are playable if you hit it.
Well, I'm going to personally put my money on a cheeky little A-bomb game. We haven't, that it is that middle of the pack thing as well. He has gotten his 2 first, which does basically guarantee him an entry into the top 24 for tomorrow. He might play a little bit experimentally from here on out. Who knows? Judge, I want your thoughts on a comp.
Look, as we head into this game right now, I'm thinking that it's going to go between one of 2 comps. I'm thinking that, depending on the items, we could see Yasuo, or we could even see Rangers. Rangers had some good success last weekend. 22 plays, 15 top 4s, and 6 wins. So not only does it have a 68% top 4 rating, and an overall 7% play rating, which puts it in as number 6 of the played games last weekend, but it does have a significantly high win rating. So I'm thinking Rangers. If Peanut's going to change it up again for me, that's what I'm looking for.
Well, we won't be able to track Peanut in this lobby. He is playing in one of the other lobbies, but we will be able to track some names from the first game. So we do have Jim Jam, who was in the last lobby. We have Escher, who was in game 1. Haven't seen Fortune Chosen, Creamy, or Sora the Cat so far today on stream, but we have seen Timo's dad, Banter, and Reverse Ingots. It is getting to the halfway point, so some of these players, they'll probably be playing a little bit towards traditional strengths, but we will start to see, I think, a few more desperate plays once we head into lobbies 4 and 5 later tonight. What are your thoughts, Frosty?
Well, really interesting to note here is that for the most part, you mentioned players that we haven't seen thus far. Creamy has been having a fairly standard night thus far, running into a 5th in game number 1 there, and I believe, if I can just quickly find him because he's being a little bit sneaky second there. So perhaps not exactly going to be seeing anything too off the wall quite yet, but in all honesty, I wouldn't be surprised. Creamy's just loving the Yasuo comp. I'm pretty sure I was talking to him before, and if memory serves me correctly, Yasuo One Trick would be an adequate way to describe his play style for the majority, but I know that over the past week or so, he has been experimenting with a few different compositions, so I'm personally really interested to see what he can pull out in this lobby here.
And for all those guys playing at home, we haven't actually had him on yet, but the highest point scorer from last week, Chunga, hasn't found a first yet. He's gone bot 4 for the first time this entire tournament. He's gotten a 6th and a 5th. which is okay. It's definitely putting him on the border between that 24 place cutoff. And look, he said he had a little bit of luck last week, but you know, maybe his luck is slowly running out.
I can't stay lucky forever in the game at TFT here. But I mean, we mentioned Rangers. You mentioned Rangers, Brand, and you'd be very surprised to know that I've just been looking up Creamy's LOL chest very quick here, and the second place was with Rangers. You know, it is one of those compositions that players typically find that it is actually very difficult to navigate extraordinarily well, simply because transitioning from a board straight over into another board that uses Rangers is something that's really difficult. A lot of players will typically stick with something that's relatively close. What do you think of how do you think of Rangers in this meta here?
I think Rangers is picked because you're uncontested, right? It relies heavily on capping by getting a Kindred, because you don't want a Vayne sitting in that comp forever. Kindred not only giving you that Ranger, but that fourth Ranger instead of Vayne, also has an unbelievable amount of survivability that's added to the comp. So it's ultimately just picked if you have great items for an Aphelios, if you've picked up an early Aphelios, so you can capitalize on his damage output in helping you get through the mid game, and then ultimately, you're looking at not being contested, because if you can manage to get an Aphelios 3, that is a significant damage dealer across a whole board, with his targeting reaching 8 units on your opponent's side. So a lot of options there, but you're right, it is extremely hard to pivot out of, because nothing is really common with Rangers. It relies so heavily on those units themselves. Speaking of Creamy, you mentioned that they'd played Rangers. Looking at last weekend, they had a lot of Yasuo games and found some relative success with it. A first, a second, but then a couple of fifths and a fourth to boot. So Yasuo favored heavily by them. We also saw an Invoker recently by Forgotten Chosen, and so we spent some time with them. We've now moved over to Creamy's board. So I want to see some different comps too, you know. Looking at what we've had so far, the Vaynes really sparked my curiosity as to what we're going to have for the rest of this weekend.
I think this is the first Hellions, even just as a starter, that we've seen as well. Like I don't think in the first couple of games we saw anyone even think about putting in 3 Hellion. But we've got Timo's dad here who's found. I think he had the Cannon 2 and I think a Kled 2 as well. So he's got the star levels on some of those units. I think it's very unlikely to see a Hellion reroll. It wasn't very successful last week, but you know, if that's what Mort's giving him, who knows?
Who knows indeed. I want to propose something to you here, more as a theory question to everyone in the broadcast here. If, for example, Creamy did continue to just play nothing but Yasuo, do you think it is possible that Creamy could still end up winning the tournament? Do you think that all you need to focus on is just playing one composition extraordinarily well? Or do you think that you still need that level of flexibility between all the compositions, so much so that you're not just relying on one single comp?
It's a tough one. I'll go to you first, Judge.
It is possible. That is the thing. Statistically, it is possible. Yasuo is a consistent comp from what we've seen so far in this competition. And if one player was to try and consistently play it, assuming the trend follows suit, Yasuo currently has a 72% top 4 rate across all lobbies from last weekend. 33 plays, 24 top 4s, and 8 wins. And that is a significantly high win percentage as well. And it's close to being, you know, almost top, counting out that outlier that we had with Bulldozer being a 66% win rate. So it is possible. However, I don't think just forcing that comp is going to be consistent enough to take out high placement this weekend. You can't just say, I'm just playing Yasuo and not scout and not position and not read who's hand-holding in your lobby. So, possible? Yes, absolutely. Plausible? No.
And I think it's just with the way that, you know, Set 5 works is it is all about those items. And, like, the Yasuo does share some items across some other boards. So, the Jeweled Gauntlet, obviously, shared across the Karma board, a Vel'Koz board. You see the Runans being shared across, say, like, a Skirmishes board. So, I feel like it's very hard to say I'm going to play a particular unit every game, and this is going to get me the first. I think it's more realistic to say I'm going to play around these particular items and see what units I actually get, because most items have multiple carries that they can play off.
There you go. Really interesting that you mentioned that as well, is that even an item such as Yasuo's best item, an RFC, not necessarily bad in a lot of compositions. A lot of units still like to pick it up simply so that they can, perhaps have the utility. And by itself, not exactly an awful item to begin with either, just that extra attack speed can come in quite handy. But looking at Escher's board here, Escher is kind of just rocking all of these veins for the time being. Chooses to take out the really strong vein, and I love this choice. To guarantee that 5-loss streak heading into neutrals here, definitely wants to prioritize making money more than anything else, simply because the gold's looking a little bit low. The copper's running dry a little bit.
He's maybe taken some inspiration out of Peanut in the first lobby to see the Vayne carry. Seeing a slight resurgence here in the TFT Wrecking Oceanic series of the Vayne carry. To my love, I do love this comp. However,
Lucky, if I may jump in really quick.
Yeah, please.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to mention, looking at Fortune Chosen, Escher was doing a bit of scouting here in the PvE round, and I recommend all players do that. Take the PvE time to look at your opponent's boards. Fortune Chosen already has an Aphelios, and it had, was it Jim Jam? I'll have to check, but there's an Aphelios in play in this lobby that has IE and Last Whisper as options, so as items. So a lot of good options with those items in particular. Could look, given how early we are in the piece, to pivot to a Draven. There we go. Who was that?
That was Sora the cat. It was Sora the cat.
Oh, there you go, Sora.
Yeah,
beautiful.
So Sora the cat was holding it previously on the Udyr in the previous combat, so obviously found the Aphelios to pivot the items onto. See, Escher's looking at that Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet to potentially put it onto Vayne, but he is currently holding off for that Runeance as well.
Sora played Rangers 3 times last weekend and got a 2nd and 2/3. They played Yasuo once in the final game and got a 1st. So know how to play around these Nightbringer units, it seems, between the Yasuo and the Aphelios. So, and given the Aphelios items, how early in the piece that they've got it, really liking this setup for them coming into 3-2.
Absolutely. One interesting thing to note there is Escher's in a little bit of a catch-22 where Escher did pick up 5 veins there, but already chose to level up a little bit earlier. And typically when you level up in these reroll-esque styles, you don't necessarily want to continue trying to look for the 1-star units simply because you have less chance of picking them up. Escher, as we noted there, leveled up to level 6 here, so unfortunately the Vayne Dream is dead. We're not going to get a repeat for the time being, but Ingots has got a bit of an interesting choice in terms of itemization. Hasn't slammed anything yet, hasn't found any bows. The slate is completely clean for the time being, but is just starting to go a little bit lower in health, so chooses to slam a few items here. Risk Thirst is a really interesting one. Not something that you see in a lot of compositions here. George, where do you think this Risk Thirster is going to head for Ingots?
Oh, looking at what positioning we've got, Risk Thirster could be used on a Jax, funnily enough. We could pivot into Skirms. So I like it, and I like the GA here in general. You've got the Dawnbringer healing, you've got the GA for more survivability. Won't be enough against Teemo's dad. But it is a good option. Looking at those items, I wasn't sure how they would play it because they used both Shadow Cloak and Shadow BF Sword to make this Risk Thirster, which removes a bit of the flexibility they had amongst those items for slamming. I thought maybe that they could have gone a Risk Thirster and a Zeke's Bleak Herald. I think that could have been really nice if they wanted to have that on this Riven, really capitalize on having someone with a lot of attack speed. But I think the GA is I wouldn't necessarily say smarter, but a safer play. It's more universally used, and so is Risk Thirster compared to a Zeke's Bleak Herald.
As we do move on further into stage 3, we do see actually Teemo's dad interestingly committing to that Hellion reroll. So the first one that we've seen on stream so far today, but we've seen a lot of the comps that we were kind of expecting. We've seen a bit of Skirms, now seeing a Dawnbringer comp out of Banter. He's currently holding the Karma items on that Kha'Zix. I haven't actually been able to catch what Mr. 100 Fortune Chosen has decided to start committing towards. But you know, we're starting to see you guys slowly building out what they're expecting to play later into the lobby. Just on cue, Fortune Chosen, we're back with them. They're playing just a very strong Forgotten board, it seems.
Yeah, gonna be heading into that cavalry role, it would appear, simply because the items on that Victor are very indicative. Also holding onto a lot of Heckrums in the meantime. Yeah, and I mean, I didn't want to interrupt you there before, but we saw Fortune Chosen with the spell crit glove on that Victor 2 early on in the game. And I mean, from that position there, with a brand on the board as well, those are the sorts of spots where you go, aha, now I can look to try to pivot in towards something like the cavalry role here. But for the meantime, it looks like Fortune Chosen probably just lacking a Hecarim too. So instead choosing to use that Warwick as a potential item carrier here. Yeah, the Cavalier is not looking terribly strong as an option right about now. So probably going to be holding off on that. Wants to just try to play it safe with gold and try to slow roll it into all of those 3 stars.
Great scouting here from Fortune Chosen as well. Not just slowly cycling around to work out who's got what, but going a couple of times around. Great use of position tech there to switch sides, and that will be useful coming into this fight with reverse ingots. But it's just the scouting for me. It is a wonderful example of upper echelon players and the reason that they're doing so well. This Victor is going to have large commitments with that 957 damage crit. That's going to be doing a lot. And despite having the Spectral Shojin, which does reduce damage, still dealing plenty of it. Not a concern here.
Absolutely.
Banter, we do see the Shadow Rod there for Banter as well, so that is very much looking towards that very strong Karma board. If he does find the Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet there, that is huge. It could also be a Vel'Koz board though, because he does have the Shadow Hodge.
Absolutely. Really interesting to note here as well is that Fortune Chosen still hasn't put in 3 Cavaliers yet. It's still prioritizing Knights over everything else simply because of how the traits seem to stack up. Damage reduction actually takes place before everything else, and then the Knight bonus applies afterwards. So even after the damage reduction, it turns out that you're still going to negate 15 extra damage due to the Knight trait. Or as I believe it has been buffed up to 20? I can't remember.
It's 20 now. Yeah, it's
Knights
20
are all
at
over the place. That's the thing that I've learned to pick up more than anything else. But as we see, it looks like Fortune Chosen is just going to be streaking against Creamy here. Creamy, as very interestingly, I don't really think has a bit of direction with the composition. Is rocking an Ash, is rocking a few different things. It's hard to say. But Teemo's dad has found that Kled 3, which is, I mean, that's going to be a really big power spike there.
And it does have the Bloodthirster on it as well, which is a very good item on that Kled. But he is also sitting very close. He's got 1 off the Poppy 3, and he's got 2 off the Cannon 3. And that Hellion reroll very quickly ramps up. You know, it is as simple as getting at that HP, a Teemo off of Carousel, and subbing it in. And that's a very strong board.
Knight available in the shop here for Fortune Chosen. Scrolls over the Taric, which could have replaced the Leona. And looking to get Leona 2 available here. Really need to shout out this Victor tech, and it's one of the reasons why I love Victor as a unit, because he provides so much utility with his shield and survivability for the team while still dealing damage. We've seen it in the previous rounds that we've had. The Shojin, the Shadow Shojin, in fact, doing so much more because he gets so many more casts off. Great roll down here, able to find an upgrade, so we've now got 6 Thresh. And going to be subbing in the Nautilus to get that Ironclad as well as Knight. Again, building on what Frosty said earlier about that damage reduction.
Yeah, in these sorts of situations here, this is the ideal level 6 board that you're going for. And now, in Fortune Chosen's spot, you're just looking to build on it from here on out. You're trying to hit all of those 3 stars. Cavalier is one of those rare compositions where a lot of things will be reliant on just hitting 1 unit. You know, you're just trying to hit a Victor 3-star or a Hecarim 3-star. This composition loves everything 3-starred. Talking about even a Thresh with 1,000 damage hooks stunning for 4 seconds can make a really big difference in the late game here. And just anything being put in front of a Victor and Brand turns out as a game-winning recipe.
just so much damage this early in the game. A Forgotten Emblem available. Should Fortune Chosen want to push that, I think more Evil Onomicon would be a way to go here to get that true damage. But for easy power, Forgotten is available. It does give that extra, that cool tech I mentioned in the last one, that it is itself a shadow item, so it already counts for a stack, plus you're getting another unit buffed up. But I think really this Victor is going to be clutch throughout the rest of this mid pushing into late game, because you've got all of this damage and utility coming out that is available to the squad. And the later that a fight gets, the more damage and utility he has because of these Ginsus. He's casting so much more frequently and shield.
Oh, looks
Rest in peace, Judge.
Yep.
I guess.
We lost him. Rest in peace, fellow. We knew you well. Just to finish off something really quick here. Really quickly here. An interesting choice to put the more evil Anomicon onto the Hecarim there, rather than the Brand, which has the potential of spreading around a lot of the damage with, 20 mana casts for the time being. Why do you think that is, Ducky?
I mean, it could just be a case of it's the AoE proc on it. It's also just a little bit extra health on towards the Hecarim there, which can always hand out, and a little bit of damage there. But honestly, I feel like he could slam it on anyone. He's still going to win with how just strong units-wise his board is. Like we have mentioned. And look, he's just got another 2 brands in shop. This man cannot... But, there we go. The first of many 3 stars hit Fortune Chosen. He is really living up to his name right now. This is just like watching a fat payout from set 4.
Absolutely. Really interesting to note there, though. I don't think you saw it. I spied with my little eye. Creamy has 3 Nikos on bench. Creamy is just 1 legendary unit away from picking up a 2-star 5-cost unit. That would be pretty big in terms of overall placement here. Even though we saw, what was it, last game, we saw a Garen 2 going out fairly early. I mean, hey, it's bound to look good. And as we see here, rocking the 4 Nightbringer Skirm comp, it's probably going to be going for Yasuo.
Look,
back to form.
Yeah, look. The Yasuo I don't think is contested in this lobby as well. So he could, if his health drops a little bit lower, he might be able to just go, look, I need to slam this on the Yasuo to get the Insta Yasuo 3, or he can be like, look, there's a Darius, there you go, Insta Darius 2. That's a huge amount of damage on that kind of board.
Absolutely. There's perfect items for Yasuo there, though, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing this ideal Yasuo 3 come out as soon as possible. Just really more interesting to note is that, I mean, that's another really good pickup there, is a Dragon Slayer spat. We don't have Dragon Slayer in at all for the time being, has
still waiting for the Diana.
Has chosen to put in not even a Trundle even to try to get the Pantheon or anything like that. And it's just, it's just such a shame in these sorts of positions here. You gotta see, is Creamy gonna prioritize rolling down at 35 health? I'm a little bit worried.
I think he might be trying to econ himself to 5-1 and then go from there, but he might have to pull out his cards just before the neutral stage.
I am of the opinion, I would be sitting here looking at this and going, right, I can roll down right now and I might still lose. Or if I can hold on just enough, I can get to neutrals and have a better opportunity when I roll down. You're not going to get eliminated on 35 HP. You can still roll down before the next combat if you lose this one hard. So I think waiting here and just holding out to see what's available is a great option, especially forcing this Dragon Slayer spat on the Draven. That's going to help the Yasuo get extra damage out and will actually be part of the reason why this fight turns. Extra Yas damage, extra true damage stacking.
Yeah, look at all of that true damage, that big old white bar there on the end of Yasuo's damage chart. It just really goes to show you, that's the power of Yasuo in these scaling fights. Yasuo being referred to by players as perhaps one of the most best scaling options that you've got in these sorts of lobbies here, simply because of just how quickly he ramps up. It can be utterly terrifying to come up against a 3-star Yasuo, especially when you don't have backline access. But one of the weaknesses of this composition as you head into a late game here is going to be things like Viego. Because of the RFC, there's nothing that stays in the backline to keep the Yasuo safe. coming up against Fortune Chosen, on the other hand, Creamy's in a great spot against this comp. This is one of the counters to all of that damage reduction, is true damage.
However,
They have to
the
be careful
thresh hook
of that
there
targeting,
is
though.
absolutely clutch. The thresh hook there, and look, it's just hitting the front line. If the knock gets the knock up here, I think that's it. Yeah, it is. The Asso is down, and Fortune Chosen has win streak the entire game. Mr. 100 in this lobby. Could this be the first one tonight?
No.
Surely not.
I'm gonna be a Debbie Downer here. I'm gonna say that the players in this lobby are too high quality and recognize their power spikes too much to allow for a Mr. 100 to take place here.
I'm going to the other side of this coin. Nah, it's gonna happen. Fortune Chosen is the one. He chose the correct pill. He saw how far this rabbit hole goes, and so far, it is leading to untold power, okay? We're going to see this continue to carry, I believe. They'll just hit. Mortdog is with them, all right? Let's be positive.
And as we saw Escher with the 5 lanes earlier on, when we were talking about it heading into the first neutral stage. She has now moved that to the Draven in a good time because he is only sitting on 2 HP and is staring down the barrel of an 8. And he hits the 2 Draven there as well.
Such a critical pickup there. Escher on the knife's edge right about now, having to pick up all of these 2 stars or find himself going out an 8th. It's a little bit of a scary one too, though, because, I mean, even still, after hitting all of this, he's still level 7, and all of these 2 stars are powerful, but, I mean, there is just the chance that, you know, something gets sniped off. But I'd say against Jim Jam here, I'd be fairly confident that with a 1-star Aphelios, it's going to be tough to take down this board from Escher.
Yeah, look, as long as the Draven doesn't get sniped by this rather scary Aphelios, or gets edited by...
Sniped by a Nunu!
You can see in his player cam right there, he is fuming. He is absolutely fuming. That is like... He's not talking right now, but that is definitely a sound on kind of moment. You want to hear that. And that is a 8th place for Escher. Which...
No! Fortune Chosen! You were the chosen one! How could you lose a round? Although it is kind of fair, they did just hit Nort 3, Sedge 3, Thresh 3, and managed to, you know, managed to lose a round. So I'm sorry, Frosty, you're right. I was far too positive and optimistic.
You know my PayPal. You know where to put it.
He's got that list. Just remember to subscribe to his Twitch. I mean, I'm surprised that we're still seeing...
Check out my OnlyFans and Patreon as well while we're at it.
Oh, get around it, I guess. I do want to highlight that Timo's dad is still holding on with a little bit of life, and I bet I've just cursed him, probably. He's playing the Hellion, which is the first one. Oh, Creamy's out in 7th as well. Yeah, and the Ash Arrow just flies through. Casual.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that Creamy finally ends up in a position there with, you know, not enough gold to try to find that Yasuo 3. Sometimes when you're rolling down, even at level 7, you can just find yourself missing more often than not. And, I mean, it looks like Creamy, even with the 3 Nikos there, going to find himself going out in 7th. But Timo's dad is a really interesting case in all of this, isn't it? 4 health, clinging on for dear life with the Hellion reroll. Refuses to die.
And if you just spotted it then when he's going through the scouting here from Fortune Chosen, he does have the Hellion spat, which means the 7 Hellion is open to him once he finds that Teemo. Obviously can't buy one anymore, he's got 4 health, but if he gets one off a carousel, I haven't actually managed to spot if he actually picked one up before dropping the 4 health. Let's have a look. Yeah. He does actually have one. And he's got the 3-star cannon as well. That is a very, very strong board.
I don't know if this is enough here. The board from Fortune Chosen is just that strong. Looks to be like one of the foils into this. If something can make its way into the backline to deal with said Teemo, I'd say that this is looking fairly strong for Fortune Chosen. The Thresh Hook, absolutely critical there. 1,000 damage onto the Teemo, instantly annihilates it. But will the tankiness, will the Kled be able to do it? We're into overtime right about now. This is a critical fight. Big Shield's coming out. Barely not enough. Looks like our good old Timo's dad going to be going out in 6th here.
And that's probably just the last person he wanted to face before the carousel, honestly. Because I feel like his board is strong enough. to basically take down anyone else. Alas, that is the nature of TFT. So we are into our top 5 heading into the stage 5 carousel. Fortune Chosen lifted it up and arms up and cheer after that. So it'll be very interesting to see, you know, where he gets to from here. He's still one off that victor to make the 5 3-star have. Oh, there he. Oh, it's done.
Never mind. Never mind. It looks like
Wow.
Fortune Chosen is truly the chosen one in this game more often than not. I think that I'd be really surprised if he doesn't take down the lobby from here. The overall strength of this board is just... It's hard to be rivaled, especially even at this stage of the game. It doesn't matter how many units you've got in, they're all just such high quality units here. Going to be dealing a ton of damage. Overall tankiness is extraordinarily hard to get through. Even positions well into reverse ingots here. We've got to be seeing what this Viego is going to be doing, but the Viego is stuck on the Thresh. And that's not really where you want it to be. Viego wants to be targeting those squishier units. And the Viego even times out on the Thresh. They're not able to get the corruption in on that critical unit. I mean, Fortune Chosen, it's hard to say whether it's going to be able to be defeated. Even Mr. 100, not the case, but still.
And he's going to roll deep here. He wants to get the Hecarim 3 in. He's 2 Hecarims away now. And then he would have 6 3-stars on the board. That is right up there with one of the best, you know, reroll games you could ever hope to play for. Having 6 3-stars on the board, he's absolutely laughing. And you can see in his play count as well. He is having an absolutely good time playing this comp.
Frosty mentioned it earlier that the Thresh, when you get them 3-star, has this ability to nuke units, absolutely smack them with that 1k damage hook. And now with this Shadow Giant Slayer, we've seen that pushed even further, hitting people for 1300 damage on amazing casts. Big stuff from this Thresh, supported by every other unit on this board. You're right, Doug, we're just waiting for this Hecarim to get 3-star, and then this board is almost judge-proof.
I'm just going to say I'm really going to be really sad because he hits the Hecarim 3-star, but he levels up to 7, so he's not going to have a full gold board.
Well, always potential to hit another 3-star here. I mean, I've been seeing in here, OVG mentions the insane APM here. It's really big to point out here is that what Fortune Chosen is doing here doesn't exactly, you know, it's not exactly the easiest thing to do, you know, moving all these units around at this insane speed here. It does take quite a lot of practice, so it really just goes to show you, like, some of the high-level mechanics that go into some of these fights here, and just to be able to get that little bit of an advantage in positioning in these final few fights here. I mean, look at the way that Fortune Chosen's been playing this entire game out. He's been side-swapping not just in the late game here, but almost every round.
And he just goes from left to right, and look where it's going. He's 91 HP. There's only 3 players left in the lobby, basically 2.5, because Banter is on 1 HP. The people have fallen fast and quick. Jim Jans went out in 4th, Reverse Ingots in 5th, and it looks like it will just be a battle between Fortune Chosen and Sora the Cat for top 2.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fast and furious here with all these Cavaliers driving around the field, but for the meantime, we're going to have Mr. Raid Boss himself coming up against the 1 health of Banter here, and even though this is a strong board from Banter, I mean, this Victor is staying alive, but I mean, the majority of the damage is off the board for the time being. This Karma just refuses to die. This may be the end of the streak here again. Fortune Chosen. Banter just barely clinging on for life. Sora taking another loss here.
Yeah, he took a huge hit there. I'm pretty sure it was against Fortune Chosen's Ghost as well, which really just shows you the dire situation of this lobby right now. Both players just clinging on to life. Banter did get ahead, did get a couple of nice nukes for the Karma. But look, Judge, is there any way that Banter can keep that streak going for like 5 or 6 combats against Fortune Chosen?
Look, the only way I see Banter having that as an option is some god tier item from the armory just then, right? We're talking about a Karma that has insane damage output potential, but you're also playing the reels and hoping that she targets the carry units you want her to target. Target from the outside. It's the Aphelios. It has that effect on me. But that's the key, right? You want that Karma attacking the opposite carries so that you can make sure you're really just going back to front with that comp, right? Instead of front to back. And I think for Fortune Chosen, it comes down to what the brand has as well. This brand's picked up, in this fight, amazing items. Shojin Static Shift, that's great. Had a Deathblade last fight, so the brand not able to contribute as much.
Those aren't great items either. The IE Warbox is probably not what he wants, but you know, that's the gamble you play when you have the Thieves' Gloves. But the rest of his comp in his board is surely strong enough to just carry him through the rest of this game. We did see Sora the Cat take the loss to Banter there, so it could actually be Banter scraping in for a second over Sora the Cat. Who knows, really?
I think that the big deal here with Sora is we look at Sora's board, only rocking a Kindred one for the time being, and there's just a different smattering of units all over the place. There's Viego getting a clutch target onto the backline. Victor here doesn't manage to get the conversion on the other hand. And, you know, even though we were saying that this is not exactly the best itemization for the brand here, I think that the Warmog's health on the brand here is actually a big deal, being able to get just that little bit longer of a burn down. But there's the power of 4 Rangers coming through there. Fortune Chosen, unfortunately, not able to take down Sora quite yet. And Banter is still in the middle of a fight. Barely manages to clutch it out against Fortune Chosen's Ghost. This is a real game that's up in the air right about now.
Yeah, and there is one thing on Sora's board there. It was the Final Whisper as well. Even though it is the Cavaliers and they are quite tanky, that very much that extra shred on the Final Whisper does help out, especially as the Aphelios keep stacking up that Deathblade. He's got the IE as well. That is a very, very stacked Aphelios, and it's a mile away from the 3, but that is a tack nuke waiting to happen.
Moving into the final stages here of the game, Fortune Chosen does not have the ability to go 9 mathematically. It's just going to be too far away. A player is going to die more often than not, or Fortune Chosen hitting stage 6 will just be a little bit too far. He's 1 away from getting this big spike here, and instead puts in Knights here. I love this choice. Recognizes that everything going on right here is mostly physical based, so it's going to try to get as much damage reduction in against Sora. Not positioning for Banter though, however. No Mystics in means that this Karma's going to do a lot of damage. I think that...
Or the Heimer.
Or the Heimer too, you know, either or. Doesn't really, you know, doesn't really phase it either way. And I think that, I mean, Fortune maybe just, you know, identifying here that, look, I probably can't beat Banter right now. I need to just try to get out Sora as much as possible and, you know, try to maximize my chances of winning against Banter later on, because Banter's board is extraordinarily strong.
And we have 2 1 HPs and a Dream left in this lobby. Sora has been knocked down to 1 HP as well. Banter is win streaking on that 1 HP. Maybe Fortune Chosen's luck has run out. He won't be a Mr. 100, he might be a Mr. 0 in 3rd. But who, like, look, Sora, his board isn't amazingly strong. He does. It's kind of just like this triangle effect almost. Like one comp beats the other, beats the other, beats the other. So, it's very hard to read right now. It's very close in all of these combats. You did see Banter scraping by against Fortune Chosen's Ghost by like 20 health.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at this board from Banter here, these Heimerding are just doing work, and that's going to be Sora out in 3rd. And you just see this is the power of, you know, just having these reroll compositions. The Heimerdinger too as well, we mentioned it before, is pretty much the late game you want in your composition here, and it just goes to show you why it's so powerful.
That is a huge pickup for Fortune Chosen. Yeah, that is amazingly strong. The Zephyr, he can just Zephyr tech it.
This is super important. If this Zephyr, given Fortune Chosen's APM and how much we've touted about that already, if Fortune Chosen can hit Banter's Heimer with that Zephyr, I think that is going to be the difference in whatever combat comes next.
Absolutely. Just being able to buy that little bit of extra time against it, that's also a big pickup as well. That Hecarim 3, the spike between a Hecarim 2 and 3, absolutely insane here. That is probably going to be the big difference maker in these few fights here. It'll be really interesting to see. Doesn't choose to pick up the Teemo, doesn't want to lose too much health. There's a Rel 2.
Oh, he makes it! He makes it!
Will it be enough?
And he's got to lift up an Italy with that.
Doesn't have it though. He has too many items on the Hecarim. Can't cheese out on the Heimer there.
That's beautiful positioning from Banter, but he's got the Hecarim 3 now. Is that just going to be enough to swing the tides of this battle? We do see that the Victor is still alive, the Hecarim is still alive, and it's just slowly chunking through Banter's front line. The Victor finally does fall down, but you know, the Heim is still left untouched, and as you can just see, that turret is just shredding through the front line of Fortune Chosen. We're into overtime right now, but maybe Banter does have it. Maybe he's making the 1 HP in a dream really come true.
I'm gonna chuck a little bit of math at you fellows right now. Do you know how much AP a Heimerdinger gets every single time it casts with an Archangel Staff?
Too much.
200 mana, looking at 35, 20%, 60, 70.
A death cap's worth. That's how we memorize it here. It gives you a death cap's worth of mana. So every single time a Heimerdinger casts, it's getting another death cap on top of it, another. So the longer that these fights go on with the Heimer, the more dangerous is that it's going to be. And I mean, this Heimerdinger in the middle here, it's so hard for Fortune to try to get the Zephyr onto it. And the more it casts, just the ramping damage. I mean, even Fortune Chosen's not able to keep this critical Victor alive. Another one and another one. Just look at these casts going off. But the turret more than critically dies here. The front line's gone. The Victor has not been sniped off, and this just might be the fight that Fortune Chosen needs to take it down. Even the Victor is just staying alive with these shields here, and the regeneration from the Heimerdinger is just not enough. The tankiness eventually taking down Fortune Chosen's board into a first place. Well played to Fortune Chosen there.
And look, it took a little bit longer than expected, but Fortune Chosen did come through with the win there. Judge, your thoughts?
Look, I know that we have to have a break right now, and I have so much to say, but it's the pony. It's the pony, you get the 3-star, and you get the thresh with the hook, and you win. It's that simple.
Look, it's just that simple as that. He's got the full gold board. Anyways, Judge is right. We do quickly have to go to a quick break, but please keep watching during the break because we have an exclusive interview with Chunga, recorded by me. So be sure to hear the insights from our Week 1 champion right here.
Hey guys, Ducky here for the Auto TFT Reckoning Mid-Set Invitational, here with one of the standouts from Week 1's games. Chunga found himself in the top 8 on both days. How you going, mate?
Hello, Ducky. I'm going good. Just finished work. About to start stream soon.
you got to crank those numbers up. I mean,
Yeah,
honestly,
gotta get the practice in.
Yeah, and look, you're absolutely firing this week. Before we dive into anything else, let's talk about it. You had at the top of the standings basically on both Saturday and Sunday, playing a bit of Forgotten, but a wide range of comps, or a bit of skirmishes in there as well. How did you feel about how you played this weekend?
I feel like I played okay, but I actually got really lucky in like at least 6 out of 10 of my games. I got really lucky, so I high rolled, and I'd say like 80% of my games I got a better than average opening. So
it's just kind of luck was on your side on those days.
Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping I get lucky again this weekend.
You're hoping you didn't use it all up before top 6.
Yeah, exactly. But going into the tourney, I did have a game plan, so I just executed my game plan to the best I could, I guess.
And we've seen a lot of big names fall out this week. Obviously, Razza and Keen are the 2 big scalps from Sunday. Yep. How does it... Is that a surprise to you? Like, how do you feel about the field, the final 32 heading into this weekend?
It is a surprise for sure because they're really good players. But the issue is with the tourney format, it's really punishing. So if you do get unlucky for like 2 games out of 5, then you're already in a really bad spot to make the next stage. Because it's a small sample size, right? It's 5 games, and especially 3 up for the first cutoff. So people like Fishball got knocked out in the first 3 games as well. So you don't really have much room for recovery. So yeah.
It's really reliant on hitting those early firsts or early top fours rather than building up.
Exactly.
There.
Exactly. So it's really punishing in a sense, but yeah.
Well, I've got some quick fire questions just off the top of my head to ask you, learn a bit more about you. How did you come up with the name Chunga?
Oh, my first name's Aaron and my last name's Chung. And then in when I was in uni, my uni email was Chunga. So there we go.
You just stole it from your uni email.
Yeah, I just stole it from my uni email. So.
You didn't have anything that you used before that? It was just that you got it from uni?
Yeah, so I didn't really have a game attack before that, so I was like, oh, Chunga's got a nice ring to it, I'll go with Chunga.
It's got a very like Aussie sounding name to it, like it's got the R, the E, like a Scotty at the end of it. I respect it. How did you get into playing TFT?
I've always liked auto chess kind of games, so I used to play Dota a lot, so I used to be a Dota sweat, and they released this game mode called auto chess. I got into it. I was hooked. Like that shit was so addicting. And then when auto chess kind of died, there was like Hearthstone Battlegrounds, so I started playing that. Then I think I was watching some Twitch stream. Can't remember who it was. It was probably like Dog or Hafu or Toast, and they were playing TFT. I was like, oh, this game looks pretty cool. So I just went into it. Yeah, I just addicted ever since. That was like last year October, I think.
Oh, so not even like set 1, like it's a bit into.
Oh no, I started in set 4.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Are there any like? Because I've always asked this question to everyone. It's like, oh, what's your favorite set been? But you've only played a set and a half. So like, are there any of the past sets that you've looked at? You'd be like, oh, I wish I had the chance to play that.
Oh yeah, set 3 for sure. Like, so all my TFT friends, they like showing me the set 3 mechanics and units. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I want to play some Candyland and Mech. But yeah, I didn't get to. I didn't get to, so unlucky.
Yeah, maybe they'll bring it back one day, and you can have your chance.
Oh yeah, I'm down. I'm down to say me mech because I love hard forcing a comp. So.
Have you got any like particular favorite unit that you have played that you have a special attachment to in TFT?
Oh yeah, Zaya.
Oh yep.
Yeah.
So set 4.5 Zaya or?
Set 4.5 Zaya.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure everyone knows me as the keeper one trick from set 4.5. I literally keeper one tricked to rank 1, and yeah, I'm a keeper abuser.
And then Razza stole your comp, posted it on Reddit, and went to Worlds.
Oh no, Razza played it first, but then I stole the tech from Groobums. I watched Groobums stream and Razza stream. I was like, oh, and I absorbed all their knowledge and I fused them into like my brain, and then I climbed.
Yeah. Everyone has been mort dogged in TFT at least once. What is the most memorable mort dogged experience you can remember?
Most memorable. Huh. Oh, that's a tough one. There's like so many moments that just trigger me, and I like for me at least, when they trigger me, I just like erase them from my memory. Because the longer it stays in my memory, the more it tilts me. Yeah. But I'll tell you about the most recent one, I guess. It's not really tilting, but it's just rolling at 3-2. I full centered at 3-2 for 6 Forgotten. I didn't hit, and I went 8th. Yeah.
It's just like one of those things where it's just like, well, now I can't play the game because I've literally just done one strategy. It's just done. And all these units. Yeah, I can feel that. It's painful. Okay, who do you think, I guess, heading into this weekend with some of the big names knocked out is going to be your biggest competition? Because you have been tearing it up, and you said you were lucky, but like the scoreboards doesn't lie at the same time.
I'd say Angora for sure. Angora is my biggest competition. He's also one of my best TFT friends, so but he is my best competition.
Bit of friendly rivalry, doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, friendly rivalry. But the thing is, I'll be happy if like either one of us goes to Worlds. So.
Well, Worlds is still a while away. I guess just to snapshot it in, how would it feel to make top 16 and at least have that shot at making Worlds?
It would feel amazing because prior to this tournament at least, my tournament performance hasn't been the best. There's been some memes going around. Tony Chunga, that guy chokes. But yeah, I'm hoping to rewrite the story this weekend. And rewrite the narrative.
Yeah, and I guess one last question is, we're gonna have a new representative at Set 5 Worlds. Like, who? How do you think, if you were that representative, do you think you can fill OC's shoes nicely, like represent the region well?
If I make it to Worlds, I'm winning it. Trust.
Nice. I like that. I respect the enthusiasm. Have you had a little look at the Radiant items and got a little bit of the early?
I haven't even looked at set 5.5 because I'm kind of focusing on this set right now. But after this weekend, if I make it, I'll look into set 5.5.
Yeah. Well, best of luck for this weekend. Hopefully you can, live up to the wishes of winning worlds. That would be a massive achievement, especially for Resident last time. So, hey, you could just one up him again. Thanks so much, Chunga, and best of luck this weekend.
Alright, thank you, dude.
welcome back to the Oceanic TFT Reckoning Mid-Set Invitational, powered by Order. Look, it's the halfway point of the night so far. We are 3 lobbies down, 2 to go. So let's pull up the scores so far. And we have a Peanut, obviously, in first place with those 2 first, 22 points. You've got the top 16 here. All of these guys, if at the end of the day they stay in here, will proceed to day 4. You've got big names like Sora the Cat. Chunga's up there as well, but down here at the bottom, we've got the at risk of elimination column. And on that right-hand side are the guys who are currently going out if the scores stay the same. There's a lot of big names also on the cutoff there. Escher, Gidoff, Slumbers. This is all very, very close, and you'll see these players, especially on this panel, as the final games come in, these final 2 games, you might see them playing with a little bit of desperation. Judge.
Yeah, Escher is an unfortunate name to see down there. Unfortunate, really, for all members of the bottom 16. But Escher has just... We've felt that pain on broadcast tonight. We've seen the potential comps that Escher's trying to run, not being able to hit units. We had a Karma 2 that wasn't available, that, you know, because everyone else was hand-holding that unit in particular. And that would have turned the tide for the lobby. So I think... Coming in now with Escher, heading into game number 4, we're really hoping for some really high quality TFT gameplay.
And what high quality we have indeed as we move back over to Gidoff instead. And look, in all honesty, that's just Escher in a nutshell right there. Even though, you know, some people may look otherwise, you know, may try to turn their head against many a thing going on in Escher's stream. We know Escher for who he truly is. An
Escher, get your head in the game, bro.
lad.
There's some TFT to play. It's like the tattoo. Sex is temporary, but gaming is forever. Like, come on, Escher, you know, you gotta be up like that way, bro.
Yeah, well, at least, at least he was being horny on main, right? And we can call him out for being horny on main here. But, yeah.
Yeah. Look. We can get back into game now. Look, he won his first combat. We were thrown straight in. We missed the neutral rounds, but guys are slowly getting their comps together. And here we are, another Vayne holding items. Probably definitely just an item holder if we've got the Ginsus on it as well. But this is a very strong start here for Gidoff, who has been very close in many of our lobbies.
Yeah, Gidoff, unfortunately, finding himself, say, in the middle of the pack more often than not here, does find himself down at risk of relegation. And you know, I feel like all these players really need is just a really solid first place finish up here, and they're out of the contention for the bottom 8 here. Don't forget, there are 32 players here, and only the bottom 8 are being cut out for the time being. So, you know, nice first place, even from Unwall, who does find themselves down in last place right now with 5 points, unfortunately going 8-8-6. First place catapults you back up to 13 there. And with another good position, you can easily pull it back. But, I mean, a level up to 5 from Gidoff, that's super aggressive.
And that could be like that part of the desperation play that we were talking about earlier from some of these players, especially the ones who are on the cusp in that bottom 16 that we saw on the scorecard earlier. You're going to see them potentially try and handhold with some of the people on the other side of their cusp. You're going to see, you know, a lot of aggressive plays to just try and hit that high roll. Because really, if you're in that bottom 16 now, a first changes the entire course of your day. That means you can go into game 5 with a little bit more stability. You don't have to worry. You can go back to executing your game plan. But at the same time, if it goes south, that means that you're going to really struggle in game 5. And even more desperation plays have to be made. Judge.
This lobby's interesting to me at the start. We've seen this Vayne that has a Ginsus, has the Runins, and yeah, assuming that they are absolutely placeholders, it's nice though what can be used, like what is being used, right? The Ginsus does add benefit to Vayne, does mean that those procs are coming off quicker. It's just not preferred. We prefer a Zeke's Bleak Herald, right? So I think the transition's going to be good later. I see those items, maybe it's a Dawnbringer getting set for a Riven to do something a little bit different. Having a Riven carry for the mid game because you've got those items so early, and then looking for a Karma. Unconventional, but possible. Now looking at Drowsy Sword, we're setting up here for an Abomination and a Draconic with a Zyra. So we've hit the Zyra who's got the Chain Vest. Not ideal. We can use that. But we've got a Runins on the Callista. That's great. I prefer Runins Untamed, but each to their own. You slam what you can get, and you've got the Brawler in the front line with the set with the Warwick. That's going to start stacking these Draconic eggs. You're really going to be getting a lot of benefit out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Hitting the early Draconic here is perhaps the biggest reason to keep going for Draconic, because it's, you know, it's multiplicative. I can't speak tonight for some reason. But hitting more eggs means that you're going to hit more Draconic units, and that means that you're going to end up being stronger the sooner that you find them. It's pretty simple, the way that it works here. On your point about hitting the Hurricane there, you slam what you can get. You said it the best that you can yourself there, right? You can't afford to greed items too much in the current state of the meta. Health is definitely a valuable resource to play with in a lot of these lobbies here. We've seen a lot of players going out early a lot of the time simply because, you know, a lot of players have had an earlier power spike and they just can't deal with it.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, health is used for more than just buying teamers, you know, it is very much the commodity to use because ultimately that dictates the pace of the game that you can play as well. It's the difference between if you're playing a Yasuo comp, being able to roll on 6 or 7. You know, there is very much a lot of spike points in this game that if you hit just the early game strong boards, you'll be able to very much progress those into the later game because you just slowly build the items, you put them onto the right item holders, and then at 6, 7, 8, whatever the board power spike you're aiming for, you just slowly start to roll for it. And, you know, the difference between being 90 HP during that roll down versus 60 HP ultimately is the difference between a top 4 and a bottom 4.
Creamy here was holding on to that Shadow tier for Kennen. Wasn't sure whether they'd be slamming it, needing to use it, almost here held against Creamy. I should clarify. But wasn't sure if they wanted that. Wasn't sure if they needed it, needed the cast, needed the CC. Slammed it. Get it in there. Be aggressive with those items because you need to conserve health. As the two of you have been saying, health is the core commodity here as much as money is appreciated. The gold can only get you so far if you're sitting bottom of the lobby with no hope.
Yeah, having a look around at Escher though, Escher having pretty much set himself up perfectly for a Yasuo game, has the Hurricane already, has the bow as well there. It's looking like it's going to be a fairly stock standard game there. From the looks of things as well, Creamy appears to not be going into it there. Slamming that last Whisper is usually a pretty good sign that you're looking to go into anything besides the Yasuo composition, probably going to be going for a more Forgotten based comp, based on just what we saw before, but I mean, you can definitely switch it up into something like Rangers, but I mean, past that point, it's going to be hard to see a place where the last Whisper belongs.
Yeah, and we see almost here, he's got the items looking towards that camera, although he did just put the Ginsu's there, and he is on that 80 health, so he's not too bad, but, you know, he would be definitely looking to start that win streak back up. He's got the 2 already. That Kha'Zix is going to do quite a bit of damage, though, with the Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet to the carry, if it doesn't get the jump off in time, but it does.
Really nice Kennen cast here as well. Kennen's tech is that he casts going through his current target and then through to the unit furthest away from him. So having him turn, target the Kha'Zix, and enables him to be at the absolute corner of the board, and he gets to stun everyone else on his way through. Unfortunately, not enough against the Dawnbringers with one big Kha'Zix with a very big scary glove.
Yeah, but looking at almost there's itemization here, it's finding himself in a little bit of an interesting spot here simply because of the items that have already been slammed. We see that there is a Jeweled Gauntlet that they had before there and chose to slam a Ginsu's. Now that's a really interesting combination, and honestly, I'm unsure as to where this leads, you know? I'm not quite sure as to what exactly is the end game plan for almost there. It almost just feels like we've slammed the items here, but we don't really have a plan behind what we're doing.
Yeah, like, it was very much just looking like a pretty straightforward Karma game. He had all the Dawnbringers on bench, he was stacking up the Gragas, which he's now put in play, and now it's just kind of like, what is he actually going to pull out with this Jeweled Gauntlet? Because obviously we've seen there's a Yasuo player in the lobby. We saw Asher doing that. So Jeweled Gauntlet, or maybe Vel'Koz, but he doesn't have any redeemed, so it's going to be very hard to pivot into that. So maybe it's something to build around with the Ginsu, but it just feels like, yeah, I agree with you there, Frosty. It's a very interesting slam.
Judge, do you have any insight onto the matter, or are we just gonna be confused here?
Look, I think it's... Jeweled Gauntlets are nice. Oh, okay. Let's just hold up and look at that Jackson, that Mordekaiser. Mord, I think, could be a great grab for given those items, but we have skirmishes, so we need to play to that. Jeweled Gauntlet isn't the item I'd be putting on Nidalee if you were having a Nidalee carry. Ginsu's can be very useful, right? It increases the attack speed. Nidalee, when she transforms, she gets bonus attack speed as well, and you're really looking to capitalize on Nidalee's extra damage on that third strike, I believe it is, fourth strike. That extra magic damage, and the faster attack speed you have, the more times you're going to get that off in a fight. However, the items here just aren't really what I was expecting. Like, these are Victor items. That BF Sword is waiting for a tier to be a Shojin's. Really would have put that Shadow tier on there, and we would have had a Victor like we saw from last game. So it's not quite what I'm expecting, but I'm interested to see where they pivot it out to, because looking at that, Ginsu's I'm not seeing often on your classic mage comps. Thinking of your Karma, thinking of your Vel'Koz, although it could work there.
Absolutely. I just want to point out something really big here, is that we saw Gidoff at 100 win streak, not something that you say that you can't expect. A level 7, no gold, is choosing to aggressively level to try to maintain this win streak here. And now, I don't usually say that particular players have, sort of play styles that go beyond compositions, but this is very much so a Gidoff style of play here that we've seen in the past, where more often than not, there's such a high priority on just aggressively leveling, trying to get better units, identifying power spikes in there as well. Has a Ginsu's and a Hurricane there on a Vayne, an extraordinarily strong combination here early, even putting on a Shadow Death Cap. It really looks like the idea here is we're just going to play this hard, fast, level aggressively, and try to deal as much damage as possible, with, the potential for a little bit of late game in there as well.
But I really like this style of
definition
play.
Slam.
Yeah, it is the definition of slam, but I really, really like it, because as we were talking about earlier, Gidoff is on that cutoff point. He is in that bottom 16, and remember, it's only the bottom 8 who get eliminated. So if he plays this aggressively in this game, and it is working out for him, he is Mr. 100 right now. He has some very nice Vayne items, and as the Soraka just deletes it, but the Nunu eats back up so he can continue his win streak. But these are some very, very solid items and a very solid board. And if he's dishing out tons of damage now, we spoke about health as a commodity earlier, the rest of the lobby is going to have less.
That's it. Looking at throughout the rest of the lobby here, though, it seems to be fairly packed together. I'm surprised with the amount of symmetry that we've got between everyone here. 272 health players, 364 health players, and then we've got Gauges and Drowsy Sword throwing off everything else here. But this is a very picturesque moment, and you got to point out the nice things in life here. And this is just pleasing to look at.
This is the kind of thing where, if you're tired and you're heading into the carousel round, please high roll. obviously we're at 3-6, so it's still a few combats away from the carousel, and lots can change between now and then. But I think we are going to see the win streak continue here for Gidoff. The Rel stun almost confirms it. That's a 10 win streak heading into the next set of neutrals. That is a big, big econ boost for someone who is rolling very hard at 7 to try and round out their comp.
This is the way you need to play it, right? If you lose in Gidoff's position here, the game is nearly over for you, just because you lose everything that you have going for you. Gidoff is being carried by a win streak right now. And that is the critical thing to note, is that Gidoff is just using this win streak to look for better units so that Gidoff can get higher end levels, making sure that you keep this extra gold that's coming in for the time being. If you lose all of that, it's looking real rough for you.
Just hitting as well, this is insane. That's a Darius that will need to go in there now. You could look at swapping out there it is, the Nunu, right? Because you've got Brawler in there. Well, instead of Brawler for your Warwick and the Nunu, have Knight. You've got a Darius that's available now. You've got the Taric in there. Now you've got damage reduction. It harkens back to just the play strongest board that we've seen in previous sets, where don't worry so much about synergies. If you're hitting, you're getting really good units individually and can piece them and string them together. That's a board, and you play that board. And it's exactly what we're seeing Get Off do right now.
And look, we spoke about the Legendaries board having the highest win rate out of any board from the first week of games, and it looks like that's what Get Off is trying to play, although the wheels are coming off, and it is against this Escher comp that is running the Yasuo. Still only 1-star Yasuo, doesn't have the dual gauntlet there, but the rest of the board is looking mighty strong.
Really important to note there, though, is that Escher is at 10 gold and doesn't have a Yasuo 2. Now, the composition isn't necessarily entirely reliant on hitting a Yasuo 3, but not hitting Yasuo 2 is a really big deal there. You can no longer be carried by a Yasuo 1 at this stage of the game. Though, more importantly to note, I mean, yes, unfortunately Get Off did lose the win streak there, but around this time is where it starts to become more okay to lose it. Because being at 40 gold here, having a really strong board, I mean, you were talking a lot about this Darius pickup before, but I'm looking at this Rel 2, this absolutely insane frontline being provided by it, and that is the thing that I'm going, that is the thing that's going to carry Get Off through this mid game here into the late stages of this game.
I mean, we saw Fortune Chosen do it last game. It was the Cav with the Victor just absolutely shielding, and that is the kind. It's a much more watered down version of that strat, but you know, it's providing the frontline that Get Off needs to, you know, if he's not winning, he's only taking small losses, and you know, he's winning outside of that. So that's the way to do things. 4-unit loss here, probably a little bit harder than he was hoping to take. Maybe we can call it tanking for Carousel.
I think that's a little bit ambitious, personally, but
a bit generous.
Look, just take everything off board. Sell board. There you go. He's in third from there.
Alright, players at home, do not listen to Ducky right now. He is going off the rails. Still though, yeah, unfortunately, taking a bit of a loss there is very unfortunate, but looking at Get Off's board, the front line's really strong, but the back line is where Vayne really starts to fall off at this stage, right? Only a Vayne 2, even with these items, is not going to be the overall strongest thing that you can be doing. So if this Rel doesn't get its shield off onto the back line, yeah, these units are going to fall apart real quick.
Really liked that Rel start, a bit of change of positioning here for Get Off, and Rel was able to capitalize on really taking out a large majority of the front line. It's not going to be enough as Zyra gets a cast off that takes out 3/4 of the back line, but it was good, and it's now time for Get Off to realize, right, I'm reaching the end of my run. I need to start looking at the late game. How am I pivoting? What am I setting up for? What is the goal here? Because this is not sustainable long term like it was in other sets.
I really liked Drowsy's board there. We did see it in combat there. He is running the A-Bomb Zyra, one of the most popular comps from week 1, and he has some very, very good silent items. He's hit that full A-Bomb power spike. If he hits the A-Bomb spat, he is absolutely laughing. But he can see it. He's got the Last Whisper, he's got the Rune Ants, he's got a Bramble Vest for a little bit more tankiness. Like, that is almost as much as you could ask for on a Scion that is running out and just dealing massive amounts of damage to everyone's backline.
The benefit of Abomination as well is being able to change what you have going for you. So we've got the 4 A-Bomb, and Rise is all the way on the side. Drowsy's now repositioning this, so we can go, okay, are we going to have all the tank? Are we going to use the IE instead of the Last Whisper? That is a benefit for this comp. You can move things around. So, you know, I like it. I like it a lot. I think while I prefer a Warmogs on a Nunu over a Bramble Vest, it is a viable option. And against very high AD teams, such as this Draven, could be good. Although he does have a Last Whisper.
I always thought we were watching Get Off for a second there, because I saw a Darius and I saw a Draven, and I said, aha, Get Off has finally swapped around to a Draven here. Excellent maneuver. And then I look over and it's Creamy, and I go, oh, well, you know, close enough.
There goes that analysis out the window.
Yep.
Drowsy is looking for the level. He's probably hit it at 5-1 for the level 8 roll down. What is he going to be looking for at that level 8 roll down, you think, Frosty?
I think. Okay, so here's my critical analysis here. Here's what Drowsy really wants. Drowsy doesn't care about any units. Drowsy cares about Hyman. But the item that he really wants to hit is a spatula. Hitting an A-bomb spatula, as I mentioned before, the difference between 4 and 5 A-bomb, massive. So hitting a 5th A-bomb via the A-bomb spatula would be absolutely critical for his composition here. Now, is that going to necessarily happen more often than not? Probably not. But it would be weird turning this fight around, for example. You know, that's a 2-unit loss there that would absolutely be swapped around if there was an A-bomb spat. But, I mean, you'll take a Garen and you'll take a Volar Bear in your shop, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, if he hits that A-bomb spat, he can then swap the items around. He's got so much health on him that he could actually afford to go the Glass Cannon. He can move the Rise closer. The Rise gives him the Infinity Edge, and that is an absolutely devastating Scion that will just tear through anyone's backline because it's getting the constant Last Whisper procs off.
And that's the difference in the flexibility that I mentioned, in that when you have that 5A bomb, now you're going from a strong Monstrosity Scion in the backline, who's doing a fair bit, to a Monstrosity Scion that is going to tear through the backline before they get more casts off, before they can do anything else to compete. This is a great roll down here. We're going to pick up the Rise 2. We're going to have option for Garen and for Volibear here. We've got pocket pairs. So we're looking strong as we're pivoting away from having as many units to do with Draconic and more to do with a late game build.
Right. Unfortunately, no Heimerdinger on the roll down there. It's still a fairly likely chance, but for the meantime, it looks like Drowsy is just going to be more often than not prioritizing, just trying to get a trap ball down here on the Zyra. Mostly focusing on getting these offensive items onto this Abomination, and you can really see the priority in terms of carries here, seeing that, yes, the Abomination is truly the carrier of this build for the meantime until Heimerdinger is hit. But even with all that being said and done, Escher is still managing to cling onto a second place win streaking here. Getting a little bit of something. A spatula in the shop.
That could mean one for Drowsy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here, is hitting this spatula here. Not exactly what Escher wants to hit, but Drowsy would probably be absolutely gnawing at the heels trying to get this sort of a thing going here. And don't forget, every shop is similar, every armory is really similar as well. So I'm pretty sure that a spatula is near guaranteed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just didn't get a look in time. Escher was going really quickly through the scouting there, but we go back to Drowsy here, and there is no spatula. So he obviously didn't hit it.
Unlucky, but does manage to hit a Garen too, though, and that's pretty good still.
Yeah, you won't complain getting the 2-star 5 cost at any point in the game. He's looking at putting that Shojin on Rise, and that, like, you know, maybe he's like, alright, we're not going to get the A-bomb spat now, let's just slam my best items on board, make this Rise as powerful as possible, and just give this Scion the Bramble Vest and hope it does its best.
Carry Rise, though. I don't think I've really ever seen something like this in this composition, that's for sure. This is Drowsy going into emergency mode right about now, really trying to prioritize not dying above everything else. Because it doesn't matter how cool your board is. If you're dead, well, you can't use it anymore.
The 3 Mystic is nice in this board and is providing some survivability to Garen, Trapcore in the front lines as well. There is some tank that's going to get this through. The Rise, I think we'll see pop off a little more if it's not against a Karma comp. Okay, we had the Mystic, which was giving some good damage reduction, but that Karma just really had it out for Rise in that fight that was sniping him from across the board, much like I think this Heimerdinger is going to across the board here against Gauges.
Yeah, look, the difference between, you know, it's a nice little increase on the magic resist between 2 and 3 Mystic, but really, against all these high damage, magic damage comps, if you don't have the 4 Mystic, you're not going to be able to really stop the damage of the likes of the Heimerdinger and the Karma, and Drowsy sort of just taking the absolute back end of Gage's Heimerdinger right there. And yeah, he's only one combat away now from death.
did my eyes deceive me there? We were talking about Force of Darkness earlier, and I believe Gages is utilizing the power of darkness to get a few extra units in. I mean, that's probably why Gages is simply so strong, but also having not only that, but a Teemo and a Heimerdinger as well. I mean, Gage's health is deceptively low right about now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the top 4 come out for them.
And we do see Almost here going out in 8th, and I think if we saw that earlier, he's gone 7-7-3 so far, so there's another bottom 4, which would put him very much down near the bottom of the leaderboard, and that's leading into next game, going to be some very desperate situations there.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out really quickly here, before we go, there's 2 Garen 2s in this game at 5-5. Gages has a Garen 2. I believe we had, who else was it? There was, what was it?
Get off, I think. Oh no, is it Drowsy or Get Off? It's one of the 2.
Yeah, it might be Drowsy. I think Drowsy had
Drowsy.
it there. Yeah. So there's 6 Garens already gone, and as you see here, I mean, this is just such an imposing board for the time being, running into Gages. Wait, is there actually just 9 Garens?
No, so this is just the Ghost of Gage's board, I believe. It is the Force of Darkness from earlier. So that would be, I think it's only 6 Garens taken off the board right now.
Yeah.
Unless there is some guys holding Garen on bench. And I think with Drowsy sorted out, there is a few more Garens back in the pool.
It would be so. Looks like Creamy with the Forgotten Comp right about there, managing to win their way up into first spot. Gage is holding on for dear life. And, I mean, looking at these boards, Escher is, surprisingly enough, pretty strong. Perfect itemization, Yasuo. George, what do you think that, I mean, you really want to see out of Escher's comp here? What's the final piece that's missing right about now?
Backline targeting. Escher's comp's really good working front to back because of the Yasuo on the true damage. So Yasuo eats through tanky carries. We do have a Diana here, and Escher's messed up on the positioning. Clearly isn't happy about it. Diana doing some work on the back lines, but just question whether it's going to be enough. That's a really good stun from the Rise. Gets a cast off. Yasuo might
the Kindred not
clutching that. My goodness, that is a huge Kindred. Yeah, Escher really disappointed with this, and rightfully so.
That is a big loss, but actually Get Off loses harder. He was win streaking earlier in the lobby, but he goes out in 5th. Sitting on that cutoff, I think he's currently in 21st place. It is an extra 4 points, but he definitely would have been looking for more on that one. I do want to point out someone in this lobby, and we haven't talked about that, but Cheesy is sitting in 25th, the first player eliminated right now if the scores stay the same. A top 3 is absolutely huge for them trying to make it into tomorrow's final day.
Absolutely, absolutely. One important thing to note here is as well is that the scores don't carry over into tomorrow. So even if you do, say, just barely manage to, cut it in, the only thing that it affects is tiebreaker. So it doesn't matter if you make it in by 24th, you're still going to be on even footing for the next day and being able to make it into that top 16. So, sometimes just having a bit of a mental reset can be fairly critical, but looking back once again into Creamy's board, having double Viego in this composition is pretty much the dream. Only really thing that I want to see out of him right now is either a Viego 2 or a Kindred 2. Other than that, I'd say, we're done.
It is quite a strong board, and he went to 9 straight off the back of that PvE round. A very strong call, and I like the Zephyr use there onto the volley bed. Means the knock-up point come through until much later in the combat and allows them to work through the rest of the front line. Very nice call. The Karma is hooked in closer to the Draven. 1, 2, does it like that. And look, Volleybear doesn't even ult onto the Draven. This is going to be a huge win for Creamy and a lot of HP loss for Cheesy. Gages does go out in 4, so Cheesy is carrying himself the top 3. And he'll be hoping that he can knock off Escher and get that top 2 and really cement himself back into that top 24.
Escher is getting very close to having this Yasuo 3, but it's not quite there. And need to point out some great itemization with that Lee Sin having the 2 Shadow Ice Creams, the Shadow Chalices. It's I saw it in a fight when we were watching Escher a little earlier that Yasuo was able to get a lot of crit true damage out really early, purely because of all of the extra AP that he's being given. So I think it's cheesy. Not going to be an easy fight, but watch that Yasuo and watch that Mordekaiser as well.
I think watch that Diana as well. It's going to hook into Karma into the middle of his team. If that Lee Sin can get the E off just in time to try and take down that Karma, but no, it's just too late. It's not enough damage. And it will be Escher going out here in second, and we will have our top 2 confirmed between Cheesy and Creamy.
Yeah, the CC finding its way onto the Yasuo there. The Volibear removing the Nightbringer shield. It was a perfect storm against Escher. So, unfortunately, finding himself going out there. But looking into Creamy's board, the double Shadow Locket here with Warmogs and Viego and just everything. The Draven's nicely stacked as well. It's hard to say that, I mean, it feels like Creamy's gonna take down this one here. Has health to play with as well.
And he also has the 3 Mystic in, which is super critical in trying to at least negate some of this Karma damage. That is some wonderful Karma positioning well there from Cheesy, putting it on top of where the opposite side where the Draven is, so obviously can't do the Zephyr trick onto the Karma. That's really forward thinking, and now it's just a case of whether Karma can hit the backline.
That's it. Thresh doesn't manage to get a hook off here onto the Karma there as well. This Karma is staying fairly safe for the time being. Doesn't manage to get another volley ult off, and this Karma is just doing so much work here.
There's some really good positioning there from Cheesy, and look, we were speaking about just the top 2 for them is really good. And both of these guys getting into the top 2 is huge. Creamy is also sitting near that cusp, only 3 above the edge right now. So he is
so
absolutely
big.
laughing with this top 2. You say
That's
this is
so
big?
That Viego with a QSS is absolutely massive. That's a Viego 2 with QSS. One of Viego's main weaknesses is being stunned out of his ultimate there, and I mean, suddenly that weakness is being taken away here. Just with good positioning, it really feels like if Creamy just gets the right positioning here, this game is over.
It's not Draven versus Karma, it's Lulu versus Karma. If the Lulu gets the Zephyr off onto the Karma, that will 100% be game for Creamy.
And we're looking at good positioning here, and Cheesy's done what I thought they might, move the Karma into the center. But, oh, it's a shame with that Viego as well. If Viego was just over a little more, the Zephyr would have meant that he changed targeting and targeted Karma instead of targeting frontline units. But there is a Katarina in the back lines who is dealing quite a bit of healing for the rest of the team here with that Shadow Hex tech. Going to get Draven into the back now, and that will be a lot of damage. 13 points.
And that was almost a worst case scenario there for Creamy as well, is the Viego ulted not one, but both of the Revenant targets. So he didn't get the insta swap over because they still had their Revenant revives up. But if, you know, that's almost worst case scenario for the Viego player. Imagine what happens if he actually manages to pick up something like the Soraka, or maybe the Karma, or just anything that, you know, will actually give him the unit straight away.
Definitely. Garen, a big pickup for Cheesy here, though. That's one of the big units that you look for, especially in this Dawnbringer comp. A few people usually say that Garen 1 is actually your best Karma item, more often than not. But, I mean, there goes the Karma.
Where's the Karma?
Yeah.
It's gone! That is going to totally be game. There is no way I can see Cheesy coming back from this, and the Draven will just slowly shred through. The Garen 1 does not have enough damage in it. It's getting stolen by the Viego now. This is surely the end of the game. Just a slow matter of time. It is. And Creamy takes away the first. It's a massive game for both Creamy and Cheesy, though. The top 2 both won't go astray for either of them as we head into the final lobby. Gentlemen, one more game left. I want to hear your thoughts quickly before we throw to a break. Frosty, you first.
Looks like the Viego was a Karma Chameleon there and just manages to get the perfect positioning. And that's really what it came down to there, was it's a positioning war, trying to avoid the Zephyr, trying to avoid the Thresh Hook, the Viego as well. It's just too much for the Dawnbringer comp to eventually deal with a stacked Forgotten comp.
Judge?
I think that positioning's key, and it's nice to see a Draven taking out a lobby. Been a lot of dynamic carries that we've seen across today's games. No doubt we'll see more of them in the next lobby and, of course, tomorrow.
Yeah, and as we just spoke about earlier, these are some very, very critical games. These final 2 games are very crucial for the points. The lobbies are slowly filing in. So, you know, heading into this final game, gentlemen, what are you expecting to see? Frosty, you first.
I still think we haven't had an A-bomb game yet. I still want to see an A-bomb game out of some of these players here. I want to see 5 A-bomb go down. It's definitely a very specific composition that you need to look for in terms of spatula and having either a shadow glove or a shadow spatula. But still, it's one of the most powerful compositions that I really feel hasn't had a chance to shine yet.
Yeah,
to build off
look,
of that, I think that legendaries is what I want to be seeing here. We haven't seen anyone really commit to having a strong legendaries board as we had last weekend. There was quite a lot of it, and I think it's yet to come to fruition. Some people have been close, but really haven't hit that Heimerdinger, Ivern, Volley Bear with a Garen and a Karma to boot. We're not seeing those sorts of boards come through yet, so could be on the cards in our last game.
look, we're going to take one final break ahead of the final lobbies for day 3, where 8 people will be cut. And look, I'm just going to say none of these guys are wishing they're going to get Mort Dogged, but we spoke to many of our competitors about their worst Mort Dogged experience, so listen now.
I don't think of any big ones, but I think I had a game the other day where I felt so strong. Like I had a pretty capped out redeem board, and I think I versed maybe 2 out of 6 players left that could beat me, and I took close to like 40 health in stage 5, and I was like, yeah, this is an easy top 4. And then I just got so unlucky versus 2 strongest players. They just destroyed all my health. I ended up going 6. I was like, okay, that's enough TFT for today. Time to reset mental for tomorrow.
Oh, that's a tough one. There's like so many moments that just trigger me, and I like for me at least, when they trigger me, I just like erase them from my memory. Because the longer it stays in my memory, the more it tilts me. But I'll tell you about the most recent one, I guess. It's not really tilting, but it's just rolling at 3-2. I full sent it at 3-2 for 6 Forgotten. I didn't hit, and I went 8th.
Oh yeah. I think like on my run to Worlds in game 1, I took a 7th because of the cannon bug. Like there was a bug where if your opponent has a cannon and you have a cannon, and your cannon casts his circle first, right? The moment the enemy cannon casts their circle, it'll cancel out your circle if they overlap. So I got Mort Dogged by like a friend. Like I think I tried to position. It was Karma. I tried to position my cannon because I saw his cannon to Mort Dog him, but like he had 2 cannons, so his second cannon Mort Dogged me back, and I was just like, I was so tilted because I ended up going 7th because of the bug. But it was like Karma, right? Because I was trying to abuse the bug against him, and like it hit me back. You know? Yeah, it was game 1 as well, and I took a 7th, I was like, oh, it's doomed, I'm not going to Worlds, oh my god. I just lost it.
one more game. That's all we have left for you tonight on day 3 of the Oceanic Reckoning TFT series mid-set invitational. Look, there's been 4 games already today, and as you can see now with the scoreboards, these are the top 16 players right now. They will mostly be safe. We've put the cutoff point at around 19-20 points. If you're sitting there now, you are cruising through for the rest of the day. But where it gets interesting is in the bottom 16 here. We've got 5 players tied at 11. But as we've seen today, a first can turn everything around. So those are the most dangerous players in a sense, Judge.
This has been a really interesting day of competition because we're not seeing compositions take out wins and even taking out consistent top 4s like we've seen on the numbers. A lot of different builds, a very successful pony reroll, a Vayne taking out the first game of the day. So being in that bottom 16 is not necessarily about playing to meta. It is about playing a damn good game of TFT, scouting appropriately, having a vision for what your build could be and understanding what items you have and also what units you have, but then knowing where that sits right now.
And as we jump into game here, Frosty, we're going into, I think it is lobby 3, with some of those players who are down near the bottom. We saw Drowsy Sword on 11 points. Umwal's also down there. I think the bottom 8 as well. So there is a lot to play for in this lobby. What are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting to see a lot of risky plays coming out here. A lot of these players are in a do or die position, so for the most part, I feel like players, even after all is said and done, will still rely on their clutches more often than not, simply because, or crutches, I should say, not potato. They'll rely on exactly what they expect to play more often than not. So, whereas a lot of players, as you mentioned before, might not play to the overall game meta, they're more comfortable playing a certain composition. Maybe they'll just go to that instead.
And just before we get too deep into game, I'm just going to break down the scores here. So we've got the guys like Unwal, Dende, Itchy, and I think it's Drowsy Sword as well. All of those guys are currently below the cut, sitting between 11 and 15 points each. Those are the guys who will be gearing not just for a top 4. That won't be enough for some of them. Only a first make sure that they're safe. And then you've got Chubby Bunny, Escher, Dende, Oboe. All of these guys, oh, not Dende, Reverse Ingots and Oboe. They're just above the cutoff. These are the guys, all of these guys are in the bottom 16 right now. That's the way the bracket's been seeded. There is only 7 points that separates first from last. And so what that means is a first can completely change the way the scoreboard looks at the end of the day.
Speaking of throwing it all to the wind, Drowsy Sword in a good position here for Draconic. Already has an Ash, has a set. Not worried about getting an Udyr right now, 1-4, because you're not going to get that Draconic Egg from the PvE round. So looking really to hit one from this shop, just like Escher's happy they've hit Kha'Zix and a Gragas too. So they're looking to position for 2-1 and really take off. Escher, this is nice. That is a very nice board to have.
And he's got the Soraka on bench. He's got the Soraka on bench as well. So if he does find that, like, at next combat, he finds the 15% Nidalee, or he finds the 15% Riven, that's a full Dawnbringer board heading into 2-1. That's very strong.
And can we mention as well, Frosty, before we get your impeccable analysis at this early stage, Drowsy Sword hitting the high roll Draconic, no Udyr, got Zyra Ash.
Time for my impeccable analysis here. Yeah, sometimes you just have to hit. Sometimes it just pays off to be a good TFT player. Make your offerings to Mort Dog every week. Make sure that your offerings are sprinkled in with that little bit of RNG that you need, and you're gonna get there some days. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that Drowsy is going to be winning throughout the majority of Stage 2 here. More often than not, even after you hit the second Zyra hit, Draconic takes time to get going. So where I really think we're going to see a Drowsy really shine is in Stage 3 onwards here, especially with that second Zyra pickup. It can be a little bit shaky as to, whether you're going to be in a good position or not after these first few rounds. But, I mean, if you hit those 2 stars early, you're in such a great shape.
And look, just for a little bit of quick trivia for today, Drowsy is the only player to not hit a top 4. Everyone else has hit one top 4. Drowsy has gone 5th, 7th, 6th, 7th. He's played some cavalry role, he's played some Dawnbringer, he's played some Draven, he played some Heimer. None of it is stuck. Maybe Draconic is finally the comp to break that bogey.
Perhaps indeed. It definitely has the ceiling enough to be able to get to it. A lot of different options as well with the composition. A lot of players like to focus in on the Zyra as well, but not every game that you're going to be able to hit a Zyra 3, and we see a lot of players then drifting towards a Heimerdinger. But a spicier option is, I've seen some players focusing on going Draconic into Ashe more than I would believe it. What do you think about that, Judge?
I think Ashe is a great option for a carry. She's got nice AD, she's a ranger, so if you pair it with a Varus or even late game, taking that Varus out for a Kindred, that's more survivability. And really, the Ashe build is pretty similar to a Zyra build. You know, you want to go a Shojin, and you want to have a Ginsu's, because you're ramping up that attack speed to get more casts out with that mana on hit from the Shojin. The difference being is that Ashe does really well with a Deathblade. And that sounds ridiculous, but it's because she can get out so many auto attacks prior to casting again for the utility that those auto attacks actually do damage, and considerable damage. The AoE provided from her cast helps her get involved and having a higher kill participation to stack the Deathblade. So I like the Ashe. It's not the conventional carry, but it's still a suitable carry, and it comes back down again to what items you're getting. If you're getting BF swords upon BF swords, maybe Ashe is the carry, because Zyra can't really use them outside of a Shojin. But either way, you're looking to play your strongest board available. And Ashe, good CC, just like Zyra, really good damage.
And it's also, ranges is the thing that comes to mind when you see an Ashe board is if you can get the 4 ranger in with a little bit of a front line with something like a brawler that a set can provide, you're really looking at a very strong board, because there are some very good units in ranger that you want to get into late game. Kindred, you've got the Aphelios. If you can then also hit the items out of the Draconic Eggs, that is a very, very strong board if you can just hit.
That's what it all comes down to here, is that these players are trying to play around they're giving themselves the best chance at just hitting for the time being. Ashe running into a bit of an interesting spot here on a little bit of a win streak. Choosing to put in that level up here. I do like just trying to keep on the streak for the time being as well. Extraordinarily strong, especially with Warmog's Gragas as well. I mean, we tend to focus a lot on the Kha'Zix here simply because it is, one of the defining early game units. But this Gragas is just not gonna die more often than not. With insane healing as well. Sheesh.
All I can think of right now is there was a meme on Reddit like a few weeks ago of like every comp, and it was like just a meme for every comp, and it had the chiseled jaw Chad man for the Chug Jug Gragas enjoyers, and that is what I imagine Escher is right now. He's just enjoying his time with that Warmog's Gragas. And look, you go.
No, please.
And look, he needs a little bit of help. He's sitting in the bottom 16 right now. This is one of those cutoff games. He's had some very unlucky moments so far today, but maybe now he's finally gonna hit. And like Chunga said, that got him the wins last week. He just had a little bit of luck.
On to your point about true Chug Jug enjoyers, though. True Chug Jug enjoyers stack crit damage on Gragas here. This is just a purely tank one for the time being, unfortunately. But, I mean, you know what? The Jug itself looking pretty darn about fine right about now, especially with 4 Dawnbringers in as well. I mean, talk about already having a pretty stacked board here and making it even better. But running into the board of Obu, who is one of those players who is finding themselves just above the cutoff here at 17. A relatively safe life total, but I mean, still in the potential danger zone more often than not. Really strong items here, primarily focused on just trying to win streak, but still managed to take out just simply because of this huge health total on the Gragas.
And Obo is one of Oceania's
Kha'Zix too.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that, Judgy. Sorry for cutting you off. But Obo is one of Oceania's most storied players. He was the set 3 champion. So he's got a lot of reputation to live up for. He sadly didn't have as good of a performance in set 4. but he's slowly coming back into things. He's made it deeper than Razza this time. One of the shock eliminations from last week. Sorry, Razza, if you are listening. But he's slowly coming back into the fold. He is a very seasoned tournament player, and so these are the kinds of games that experience definitely weighs in.
Time for your Judge Brand analysis segment here, and Reverse Ingots with a great board early. Those items that Vayne are holding look to be for Draven. You've got a Final Whisper there. You've got a Shadow Bow as well, looking to stack that late. You've also got a 2% rise on that board, now getting the 2 Thresh. If Reverse Ingots goes for level 6, they've already got Heimerdinger here to get 6 Forgotten with 2 stacks of Forgotten already, and there it is. So, strong Forgotten board. There's Bloodthirster option on the side there with the BF Sword and Negatron Cloak. 2 tiers, and while one of those we'd prefer to be a Shadow tier so we can get very Dark Blue buff for Rise, we do have them as options for the late game, hoping that we get a Shadow tier from the Armory at 3-2. So Reverse Ingots, really good spot, 66 HP, and a nice board.
I mean, these are the kinds of boards that we were expecting to see heading into this weekend. Forgotten was the most played comp from last week. What do you think that Vayne items are going to be? It's eventually going to be Draven items, Frosty, but what do you think he's going to be aiming for?
Anything and everything, honestly. There's so many options you can go with Shadow Bow here. You can go for a Shadow Hurricane if you're looking for a little bit more splash damage, but I think a lot of players really like to put on a Shadow Giant Slayer more often than not. It's just one of those all-around great items, but the reason why we probably aren't seeing it slammed here is, well, simply because, well, there is just so much that you can do with this sword as well, and you're not quite sure on what you want to slam quite yet, more often than not, Even though we are more than likely going to be seeing a blue buff here, you might want a Shadow Blue buff later on. You might want to try to go for a Shadow Ginsu's here. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be happening quite yet. I'd be more inclined to say it's going to just be a Rod happening on either the Hecarim or the Rise here, and we're just going to be waiting for a little bit.
Hecarim does well with a Rod because you've got that cloak on the bench, so you can have the Dark Ionic Spark, and it's an amazing stacking item for a Hecarim, because not only does it impact every caster around Hecarim, it gives him more AP every single time it stacks. So you put tank items on them, and all of a sudden you're really hard stacking this Hecarim to do more damage over the course of the round, as well as heal more, because that's how Hecarim's scaling works. So really nice option, but not enough tank items to support it, and a Bulldozer out here in effect. Really nice to see that come through. It wasn't played many times last weekend. We mentioned that earlier in the broadcast, but it had insane success. So it's nice to see it again.
Another 5% rise this time. My bad. Coming into Reverse Ingot's shop. And I just wanted to note something. A lot of the players in this lobby are already starting to get fairly low. I mean, we see Reverse Ingots at 58 health right about now. Drowsy as well is at 45, as well as Itchy at 46. And the rest of them are sitting pretty comfortably at either 90 or 80 health. Escher being at around 70-ish here. This is really scary for a lot of these players. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of these players don't really want to be going out terribly early, and, especially in these stacked lobbies here, this would feel awful to go out in this sort of stage here. You never want to get a low roll game being the last one of your tournament, that's for sure.
Well, we did say at the start, we were trying to hypothesize maybe he goes for the Ashe carrying the Draconic comp. He has abandoned Draconic almost entirely. He's still keeping it in, but he's going much more focused into that A-Bomb Zara build that's seen a lot of success. It is the most popular way to play A-Bomb right now. So maybe you will get your wish, Frosty. We maybe will get that 5 A-Bomb comp you were talking about before the break, if Drowsy Sword can A, live long enough, and B, find those components for the A-Bomb spat.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a far reacher, though. You're not going to be able to easily find... Well, first of all, gloves, especially Shadow gloves, are pretty sought after for the most part. Everyone really loves, say, a Hand of Justice, a Spell Crit glove, heck, even a Final Whisper. But, I mean, the spatula being one of those things that you can't really plan around, which was Riot's design intentions coming past set 3, after we had the terrorizing blenders in set 2. We couldn't exactly have that happening again, so Riot decided to switch things up. Spatulas are no longer guaranteed in our games anymore here, and I mean, it's the amount of power that you get from a spatula is so wildly different these days, right? It used to be that spatulas were these insane items. If you saw a spatula on the carousel, you were gonna instantaneously pick it up, no questions asked. It just enabled too much. Nowadays, it's a lot tamer, right? But back to the point about where this leads into here is that it feels like Abomination Spat is harkening back to exactly what I was just saying before, where it is just that insane hitting a Draconic Spat that if you see a spatula, a lot of the time, if you've got the chance to go for Abomination, you gotta go for it.
This is getting into very, very dangerous territory for Drowsy Sword. We did mention him earlier. He is the only player without a top 4 so far today. And sitting in 39 HP, dead last place. He's definitely, he's currently really struggling to find that. He's putting some levels in. He did hit a couple of Zyras off of his last Draconic egg. That's good, working towards the Zyra 3. But if he wants to get any sort of success, he needs to try and get that 4 Abomination in pronto. He needs to try and find that Rise and level on.
The core of the A-Bomb Zyra build is not actually the Zyra early game. It's the Abomination. The Monstrosity provides unbelievable amounts of AD and health to a board after losing 3 units. Not only that, it provides great CC, and it targets the backline as a priority, if possible, if it doesn't get stopped by a massive front line as it runs through. So you want to be capitalizing on that in order to really have some damage carrying you through the mid-game. Then you're focusing on the Zyra. You're trying to get Zyra items. You're trying to get the Shojin, get the Ginsus, have that CC for late game. But there's not enough focus on the Abomination here for Drowsy Sword for me. I'm not seeing good enough items coming out. We're really suffering with the Nunu on the front line, only having 1 being a 1-star Nunu, and 2 only having a Chain Vest. It's been put out there for some tank stats, but it's just not quite enough. We need to see that progress a bit further here in order for this build to go anywhere other than bottom 4. And Drowsy Sword, like you mentioned, Duck, needs it.
Yeah, look, and you can see it in his face. You can see it in the last few comments. He is getting very, very desperate. This neutrals could be the make or break neutrals. He is hoping for the highest roll of his life. He's got the 2 blue orbs there. He's got 2 gloves out of it. So there is a potential for some massive amount of luck at the 4-2 armory if it pops up with a Shadow Spat. But as you can see now, he's putting luck. He's not putting it down to luck. He's trying to find himself that Zyra 3 before it gets back.
Oh no, unfortunately Drowsy, having a full bench here, is just trying to roll down as fast as possible, moused over a Zyra to try to pick it up.
He makes it back in
Manages to
time.
find it.
And it combines as well in time. That's huge for him.
But he missed out on one earlier, and I thought that there was the potential that, that just might be it. Are we gonna see an Infinity Edge slammed on this Zyra here? Wow, that is something else, that's for sure. Running into the board of Onwall here. And Onwall is trying to go for that Cavalier reroll that we've seen before, but is taking a much more slower approach to it. And it looks like Drowsy may have just tempered the bleeding here. A Shadow Spatula is exactly what we want to see, but there's nothing.
It's a full item carousel. If you got the A-Bomb Spat fully made, though, that would have been nice, but he's probably ruined his losses off the back of that one. The Titan's Revenge is an okay pickup. He's obviously looking across the 3. The 2 emblems don't do much for him. He does opt for the Titan's Revenge at the end of the day. And Unwall, as you're saying, he was playing the Cav reroll a lot slower than, say, who was it, Fortune Chosen that was playing it earlier? But Unwall finds himself in a similar predicament to Drowsy Sword, also sitting down in the bottom 8 right now. He was Mr. 100 for first stage of this lobby, and now he's finding himself sliding back a little bit.
Honestly, gentlemen, I'm struggling with this Zyra Infinity Edge. I feel that Drowsy Sword is just so dizzy right now, being in the position they are at the, towards the bottom of this lobby, and I just don't feel that the auto attacks with this IE are really what's needed. I think that if we were looking to get the IE onto a Rise, go Glass Cannon Abomination with that Last Whisper and the Untamed Hurricane, absolutely. But it's on the Zyra, it's not really going to be doing much unless they're pivoting off of having the Zyra later in the match. And you lose so much CC doing that with this composition.
I'm gonna try to be a little bit of a mind reader here. I'm gonna try to think as to what the plan might be for Drowsy. If I'm in Drowsy's shoes there, that Infinity Edge Slam is in preparation for trying to hit either a rod or something of the sort to try to make use of it. Otherwise, I'm fully on board with you there. I can't really see much of a reason. One really big important thing to note as well is that you're lacking mana generation on that Zyra. Zyra usually really wants a Shoujins, and you've just taken away the ability to build a Shoujins there by getting rid of your only sword.
That's right, and so it doesn't quite make sense. We'll see how it goes. Drowsy will know at the bottom of the lobby, and we'll keep tabs on them. Reverse Ingots here has built that Draven we mentioned, and that is a huge rise. Rise with the Shadow Hex tech, able to get a lot of healing out for the team as well here. Shoujins and blue buff for that mana generation. It's not the trap card Rise that we're used to, but it is a 2 Rise at 4-3. Really just waiting to get this Draven online. Get a couple more Dravens, get that 2-star, and watch the Forgottens roll.
That is one hell of a karma. It was the double Shadow Hodge with the Jeweled Gauntlet there. I didn't see quite capture whose board that is, but that is a very, very scary karma.
Absolutely. Really important to note though, as you mentioned Dravens, Itchy is also going into the Forgotten composition here as Reverse Ingots manages to find another Draven with a sword on Carousel. But if Itchy goes out here, that's probably the tournament run. Itchy hunting themselves down in 25th, just below that cutoff right there. An 8th would definitely spell disaster from there on out. There's no way you'd be able to make it out. In Itchy's position here, what do? Like, you hit your Draven 2, you hit your Power Spike, but I mean, there's just a stronger board on the opposing side. Finds the Draven 2 as well. Reverse Ingots might just manage to claw themselves back into this game. But if I just saw correctly, I believe we have a bulldozer in the final lobby of this game.
Yeah, there was a bulldozer. We saw it a bit earlier. I can't remember exactly who it was, but yes, there is a bulldozer currently out in force. And the interesting note, Drowsy Sword is putting all money on the A-bomb spat. He picked up a Shadow Glove at that Carousel. Now, if he gets, he's still got the regular glove on bench if he hasn't slammed it yet. So he's banking on getting that regular spatula or Shadow Spatula to really try and push for that A-bomb 5.
Will he make it there, though? This is a very precarious spot to find yourself in. This Abomination doing a lot of work. Still only Abomination 3 as well, mind you. Daisy gets a nice knockup, but it looks like the damage is probably just not there from Escher. The Abomination gets a really nice cast off. The Hurricane doing a ton of work here. The Revenant goes into the Undying state here, and it looks like Drowsy just may be able to barely cling on for the time being.
He's just hoping to hang on to neutrals here. If he can just survive, even if it's with 1 HP, he's got the Heimerdinger. That's a big boost in this Draconic. Like, Heimerdinger, we've spoken about him a lot today. He is a very, very powerful unit. He's just hanging on for dear life, trying to make it to that neutrals, and then praying to Mort Dog he can get a Spatula, Shadow or not.
This board is just, it has potential. It is almost there. Almost ready to carry into the mid-late game, but it's not quite yet. Coming up against Itchy, this is a very nerve-wracking fight, to be honest. Because if one person loses hard enough, they could be out here. It is possible.
When the Draven manages to get targeted down onto this A-bomb here, but it looks like the Draven is just big enough, manages to get rooted down here. Yeah, Heimer gets the cast off.
Oh.
It's barely enough.
Oh.
That was such a crucial Zyra there. That was such a huge root from the Zyra. It just gave Heimerdinger enough time to charge up that massive amount of 300 mana to get the cast off. As you can see, selling the Zyra. So that's Econ. That's Econ to get a Rise if he needs to get that 5 Abomination in. He needs to have as much gold as he can to hit that Rise 15% as early as possible. Level to 8, chuck it in, or even just throw it in over the Morgana or something. He just needs to put it in somehow so that he can survive. And if he gets that A-bomb spat, we're talking about potential top 4 here.
Absolutely.
And no gold orb.
It's got one chance at 5-2 for a Shadow Smasher, but that means that Itchy has to, not Itchy, Drowsy has to make it through one more round. Just one more round here to have the potential at hitting this critical thing. But instead chooses to just straight up slam the Shadow TG, the Thieves' Gloves. Says that...
That's pretty good too.
Yeah. Says that it doesn't matter about the Abomination Spike anymore and is just going to play towards trying to maintain, well, or at least trying to get a decent rank throughout all of this. Running into Onwall's reroll Cavalier strategy here. And this is a really different sort of playstyle that we see. We usually see a lot of players tend to focus on staying level 6. There are no gold units on Onwall's board.
I do want to quickly just look at something here. Escher is on 11 HP. He is only just sitting above the cutoff, 17th. The cutoff is 17 points. The cutoff is 15 points right now. If Escher goes out here like Drowsy Sword just did, that is his tournament over. Drowsy Sword will be he will no longer be able to make it into the top 8, the top 24. That is his tournament done. Same goes for Itchy. Out in last means that he only gets 1 point, and 16 points won't be enough to cut the mustard.
Really unfortunate to see both of these players going out here, especially Drowsy and Itchy. They're both extremely good players, but I mean, we're coming down to the final wire here, and it looks like, I mean, Obu is really just having a lockdown on this game, probably even bigger than the one that was happening in New South Wales here. You know, it's honestly a bit of a storybook finish here. Obu doesn't really even need it as well, honestly, sitting up at 18 points. I mean, this would just be the cake on the top for him.
You were really saving that one the entire broadcast.
I was really saving it.
Yeah, he is absolutely running away with it, but look, this could be reverse ingots going out here as well. We did just mention how strong Obo is. He's got a pretty good board, but this Draven is just carving through it. It might just be enough to keep him in the game for now. He's looking over at Escher, just hoping that his rival right there on 4 HP goes out before him. Escher is sitting a little bit lower on the scoreboard, 17 points instead. So Escher is in that state right now that if he takes the bottom 4 here, he could be out.
Great damage against Unwall though, 17. Unwall now coming up from in the top 4 to back down into 5th position. Reverse Ingots getting another win. Escher has potential here and could make it through. Really nice front line with the Gragas. RFC volley is certainly a sight to behold. And that Karma, it was the Karma you mentioned earlier, Ducky, that double Shadow Hodge. Lots of extra damage and healing, and Karma, a unit that can make great use of it because of her AoE.
Yeah, and the double Shadow Hodge is like, you're ensuring that it's just a huge chunk of damage when it is activated. And it's enough healing as well. Like, if you can delay the Thornbringer proc a little bit as well, so you can save the healing for the end of round 5, that's also quite beneficial.
I want to say that this is enough for Escher, but there is no Garen against this field here, and it's going to be a really close fight. Manages to snipe off the Drake. Gets Ingots out as well. Absolutely critical for Escher's chances in this tournament. I'm pretty sure Escher might have recognized that anything above a 5th or a 6th there is good enough to be able to guarantee their life continuing into day number 4, the final day. And looks like Onwall also going out as well. That's going to do it.
Escher
critical for Escher.
Ecstatic with that. He is going to progress to the top 24 off of that. Onwall probably not so lucky. The 5th place, he's on 11 points right now, only puts him to 16 points. That is not going to be enough to clear the cutoff. So we see a 3rd player probably eliminated out of this lobby. Reverse Ingots is on 16 points heading to this game. The 6th place, it guarantees him 3. That's 19. That's going to be very close when we go to calculate the scores at the end of this game.
So, talking about scores here, let's go into the nitty gritty here. Dende, 12 points. Chubby Bunny, 16 points. Uncle Chubby, the Garen not the Garen Forcer, the Yasuo Forcer themselves. they're in the cutoff zone here, and I feel like Dende at 12 points is at the biggest risk. At least guaranteeing yourself a third, which is going to be 6 points, going up to 18 points is going to be cutting it real close there. And it might just be enough. It might just be enough. I'm not a mathematician, that's for sure. I mean, if my time in TFT has told me that, the odds of rolling, they're just absolutely murked. But in anything being said and done here, if Escher is able to hold on just for the time being, that might just throw a wrench in the plan of Dende. Dende really needs to get a top 3.
Oh, you flick back to Escher here, who's up against Chubby, and it looks like he is going to take this combat, so he should be able to. He's just quickly looking around. Yeah, that's easy. Pantheon flips back, Karma gets the final cast off. Escher lives to fight another round. And as you were saying, Dende, if you're not a mathematician, I could probably crunch the numbers for you. He'll probably be looking for a top 2. Top 2 puts him to 19 points, and we were talking earlier that 19, 20 points is probably the break point that we're going to be looking at for people in the top 24 versus the bottom 8. So if Dende can get himself into a top 2 position, and if he wins the lobby, he's not even safe. He's not 100% guaranteed. But a top 2 would at least put him in a little bit more contention than a 3rd or a 4th.
Escher coming into this fight has done some repositioning, noticing the Nidalee with the Zeke's Herald. Going to get some extra attack speed onto Karma and to Soraka, so that's going to have some good benefits across the board. Volley gets a cast off, hoping that this can do a lot for that board as well. Great Heimerdinger. Good damage from Karma, but that Nidalee on the back line is scary. Going to have to get one cast off. Does. Gets a second to finish it, and Ubo will take damage. Escher still in it, holding on, and will make it to Dragon.
It's a really close sort of situation to find yourself in, as Escher here still hasn't found the critical unit. I think even with a Garen 1 will be enough to stabilize Escher, and I wouldn't be surprised if that Garen 1 is found that, we could even see a top 2.
That is a big item for Escher. Just a little bit of healing cut off the Sunfire Cape. That is also a very nice item to put on the Garen if you can find it. He will be very much liking the fact that he sees that. There are some good items floating around here as well. We've got the Shojin here for Dende. Pretty sure Chubby Bunny had a Morella Nomicon as well. Didn't quite catch what Obo had. But these are all some very big items for these players.
Yeah, no one's coming into this running Dawnbringers and getting a Legionnaire spat off of Dragon, so applicable items is always good to see as you come into the last part of this lobby. Having a bit of a roll here, looking for upgrades. Does have a Kindred there, that's nice, but I think the Heimerdinger is going to be far more useful. Escher not able to get any further upgrades. No Heimers waiting for him in the shop. Goes for another roll. There's a Volley Bear. Might just be worth locking here. Couldn't get a Garen. A Garen would have been nice to swap with that Gragas, but it is not to be. Slap the Sunfire Cape on there for the healing cut, and that'll be good against this Garen at the front line. That's a nasty Karma with those double Shojins in the back, though.
Yeah, it's going to be casting a lot in the early parts. It's going to charge up quickly to 10 mana to really get that emphatic Karma cast off. And there's Escher's Karma gone. It's the matter of the Karmas when it comes down to this. I think we'll see Escher falling down in 4th here. But I think he can hold his head high knowing that a 4th place puts him towards 22 points. He's probably safe. In fact, I would be willing to say he is safe heading into tomorrow's games.
That's it. Coming into these final few rounds here, though, Uncle Chubby himself, finding himself just above the cutoff line here. So, assuming that all of these players, Dende, Chubby, and Obu, finish in their respective positions here, it would be pretty safe to say that every single player that finds himself in this lobby currently will be making it into day number 4.
Yeah, and we're down to the final 3. Ingots is in here spectating for us very nicely because I don't think we have streams for the other 3 players, so he's doing God's work for us right here. Sadly did go out in 5th himself, but 6th himself, but hopefully the 3 points is enough for him to get above that cutoff point. He was currently sitting at 19 points now with the 3 points in hand. And look, it is Dende who is win streaking right now. It is Dende who is absolutely tearing up the rest of that lobby with that double Shojin's Karma. A first here for Dende would be an absolute rabbit out of the hat for him to try and claw himself back up to that top 24.
Dende's whole board does an unbelievable amount of damage, right? So you've got a Riven 3 with Runins, you've got a double Warmog Skirmisher Garen, which, okay, Skirmisher doesn't even activate here, but hey, it's just nice. You've got that Nidalee as well, who somehow has rolled 2 static shifts, and then you've also got the Karma. So between this Riven with massive amounts of increased AD and bonus AP magic damage on her empowered autos from her cast, you've got that Karma who is sniping and getting a lot of AoE across the board as well. Dende's looking very strong. Ubo got nuked when Riven and Karma cast and start attacking the same units. So let's see if this fight can be any different.
Fortunately, the skirmisher board does tend to fall off a little bit later to the higher power boards, such as this massive Garen here. And even as a Garen 1, I mean, it's no guarantee that it's going to go off most of the time, but with double Warmogs and a Skirms pad, I think I'd be pretty surprised to see Dende falling down there. Now we're into what could potentially be the final fight here. Dende's still on that massive win streak. A first here is absolutely critical for Dende to be able to have a chance to make it in. But you were mentioning 19 points as sort of the break point for being able to make it into day number 4. Even at a second here, even if Obu was trying to find something and magically turn it around, Dende may have finally done it.
Yeah, well, the second does put him to exactly 19 points, and, you know, that could be enough for him. And look, Dende would be feeling very comfortable in his spot right now to take this first and bump that up to 20. But what a clutch game from him. He took an 8th in the last lobby, and now to pull it out with a first back-to-back, he definitely would be just absolutely overwhelmed and stoked with where he's currently sitting right now.
Absolutely, and as we see this fight play out, interesting to see the Deathblade get onto the Riven, although there is a lot more damage across this board in Ubo's favor. Seeing the whole front line go down, and the Viego's on the back line. Dende going to drop around. Something is changing it up here. I think it's that Viego in the back line that is just blitzing across the front, and some shifting positions for the other side with Ubo as well. Positioning ready for Dende, trying to prevent this cast from absolutely nuking them. There's an extra Jax 2 on the bench. They've got 2 Jax away from a 3 Jax. I think having the Ironclad Pantheon face the front is a very nice play here for the 6 skirmishers. And also, got to give Garen some credit, even though he's only 1 star, his cast does damage according to their missing max health. So it's a very nice execute once you're getting all of that damage down from the Riven and from the Karma. There's going to be the cast in the back line, and it times out on the Karma.
It will get it on the second cast, so Dende is still going to lose this combat, but he will live in time. The Dawnbringer procs just saving him for long enough, but he sadly couldn't get the units flocking back. We are here now at the final PvE round. Before the final round, we see another Shojin. That's 3 Shojins for Dende. Obo picked himself an Infinity Edge. That'll be a very nice pickup onto the Viego. And look, gentlemen, we're down to 1 last fight. We've seen Obo win the last 2. Frosty, who do you think is going to win this lobby?
I think that Obu, if you can position this Trundle into the Garen, I think that's the big difference maker here. If you can steal all of this Garen's health and you can prevent it from being a menace, prevent it from, stalling out the front line and allowing you to get your Jax into the back line dealing damage, Obu's going to clean up this fight. If Dende can pull off a miracle and avoid this Viego, avoid all the damage coming through and successfully stall out the fights, yeah, this Karma just deals way too much damage. But, looking at this board from Obu, there's a Kindred 2, a Rise 2, there's 3 Mystic in here with a really stacked Viego. It's hard to say that Dende's going to take it down from here.
Dende does hit the Garen 2, repositions, and moves most of the units back. And I like this. Get them back and get that Viego targeting the front line. He's targeting the Ivern now, which is perfect. You want him getting out of the way. Karma not able to get enough casts off here. Now Garen being targeted. And it is just getting all run over. Great cast from the Garen, but it won't be enough. And Ubo takes it out with a big final fight.
It was a back and forth lobby, but Obo, he was strong at the start and he's going to finish off the round strong. He gets a win to round off, and he is firmly safe into the top 24. We'll have to see once the rest of the scores come in whether that second from Dende is enough. But first, Frosty, what are your final thoughts on today?
There was a lot of variation in between all of the compositions that we saw today. I mean, especially just on cast here more often than not. Personally, I was expecting a whole bunch of different stuff. Last week we had Heimerdinger being a priority, and while it was still our priority this week, we didn't really see it in spades as much as we did last week. We didn't really see Rangers shining or Abomination Zara either. We saw players trying to adapt into all of those compositions there, but never really having any success with it. So it's more or less of what has changed around in the player's priority more than anything else. That's been a big surprise to me.
Well, it has been a day of the sleeper carries from Vayne to Lysandra Judge. What has been your favorite comp that you've seen so far?
Look, Vayne is a comp that is one after my own heart, but I'm loving the pony. I've really enjoyed the Victor and Hecarim synergy that we had coming through in game 2. It was an amazing roll down. It had a lot of strength front to back, and I just find Victor extremely satisfying. The way he throws out that ability, he gets that shield, he gets a lot of extra damage as well. Great itemization coming through in that comp. It was nice to see.
Well, we're quickly jumping back into the game because there's one lobby left to finish, and as you're seeing, we're in the top 4 of lobby 2 right now. I will quickly just flick through and try and figure out who is in this lobby, but it is Creamy, Amazing 5, Multiply, Sora the Cat, Banter, Admiration, Dawnglade, and we are here with Arthurs. This is a top half lobby, so most of these guys came into this game thinking just get a top 4, we cruise through. And there is it looks like that's the case. You got guys like Admiration, and Dawnglade, who are kind of like sitting on that 19 points already, getting a top 4 and shoot us their spot into the top 24 tomorrow.
Really cool items here for Arfs on the Yasuo. So it's a 3 Yas. It's got Runins. It's got Jeweled Gauntlet. It's got Ionic Dark Spark. So going to be getting all of that extra AP while zapping away at the enemies, reducing magic resist and increasing not only damage on the cast, but the true damage that Yasuo puts out. Really strong banter with the Rangers as well. Almost takes out the Trundle in one fell swoop. It does take a little longer. That is a lot of damage coming out of that Aphelios and a very clutch Kindred.
Before I get to you, Frosty, I'm just going to acknowledge that Escher has rated the channel to all the Escher fans out there. I'm pretty sure your streamer is safe and will be going through to tomorrow's games. Now for yourself, Frosty.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is what I mean by the Ranger board here. This is what I wanted to see more of here, because I'm pretty sure this is one of the highest caps late game that you can possibly have. The Ranger board is just stacked with so many good units that more often than not, you just get to outclass your opponents with, you know, playing Taric, which is not something that you usually see in a lot of other compositions, but there's just so much going on in that it's hard to ignore the power that it's putting down. But one of the ways that you can potentially get through that is the 3-star, you know, trying to hit that Yasuo, but there's no RFC here. There's not a lot going on there, so it'll be interesting to see who takes it down.
The Dark
really
Ionic
strong
Spark is an
Pantheon here, though. It is. You're right, Duck. It is a very interesting item, and I think the benefit that it has is that it's going to be stacking that AP. You're really looking for burst Yasuo here, right? That is a dangerous Viego in the back lines, going to time out, and we'll just end up taking out the Yasuo instead of converting him. But I don't think that Arfs takes this fight. While there is a strong Mordekaiser out there still, and a Pantheon manages to survive as long as possible, it just gets overwhelmed by Dawnglade's unbelievably strong high-cost board.
And here we are to the top 2 of the final lobby of day 3 of the TFT Reckoning mid-set invitational. We've got a very nice Yasuo board here for Arfs, but we've got on the other side a super strong 9 Skirmisher board from Dawnglade here. Frosty, it's surely Dawnglade's game to win from here.
I think it'll all come down to positioning here and how well Arfs can protect this Yasuo 3 from the Viego. We saw that even with, you know, the positioning that we saw last time, that the Viego still managed to find their way onto the Yasuo there, which prevented the Yasuo from dealing damage for 5 seconds, and that's really gonna, you know, be the big difference maker here. You see the Yasuo just ramps up so quickly here, dealing 500 in crit damage, 1,000 crit damage, 1,000 crit true damage there. And that's just the power of Yasuo scaling up in these fights. It's really the big difference maker here. You got to protect this Yasuo.
And I was keeping
also
an eye
the
on the
tech
Viego.
of, like,
keeping-
yeah, the
Oh,
Viego
Jesus.
on the opposite side. Yeah, sorry, Doc. The Viego from the opposite side coming over. Popped a Morgana, and the Viego Morgana interaction there was really cool. He started casting onto Morgana after she'd already cast on him. So while he got the conversion, Morgana still got the secondary stun, that root off, which prevented him moving on to another target straight away and managed to turn that back line into an advantage here as well, really pushing the Viego's power spike in that fight till late.
We managed to make it all cast without doing that. So you know what? I'm calling that a win. We almost made it there, but Judgy took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to focus more on the what a shot was that? That was one hell of a shot there. I could have chosen the Counter if he wanted, obviously for just the Kindred and continue rolling, but I wanted to talk about the Mordekaiser. It was just a 1-2 easy bonk, sends Viego back to Brazil. And, you know, that's what it takes, I guess, against this Viego. The Morgana stun was key, but then it was the Mordekaiser sweeping in to just finish him off.
Absolutely. And great items across the board here. We're going to see Yasuo try and ramp up. That is a Trundle on his face. Going to get that Nightbringer shield and damage. And here comes the roll in the back line. Moves to the back, and Jax just slaps him.
Yeah, so the Viego did get stunned by the Morgana and then polymorphed by the Lulu, but the Jax does take out the Yasuo. That could be enough. Hold on, this is going back and forth constantly. We've got the Trundle, who is currently stealing off of the Pantheon, but it does die. The Lulu doesn't get the cast off. So we're here for one more combat. That is, Jesus.
This combat's going to be a little different. We've got a Mord 2. We have a Viego 2. We also have a Shadow Hex deck. Sure, why not? I'm excited to see what Dawnglades managed to get through from that armory, because this is really tight to finish off today's broadcast. And hey, Hex Tech on the Trundle, sure, why not? Why not?
Oh, that's a 9-skirm board. That's a 9-skirm board from Dawnglade here. Huge vertical synergy, as we see. That's 3 skirmisher spats. So the power of the late game fights even outscales a Yasuo that's just constantly ramping up if you can get a Trundle in its face. And I love Dawnglada's positioning here. Puts a Frozen Heart straight in front of this Yasuo. There is nowhere else that the Trundle can target down here. And, you know, just being able to get through most of this Yasuo's health is so critical, but it looks like it's just not enough. The damage is there. The Mordekaiser 2 clutches out the fight, and that is going to be us taking down the final game in today's lobbies.
What a way to finish off day 3 of the Oceanic TFT Reckoning mid-set Invitational. We are just calculating the final scoreboards now, so we can tell you the top 24. And I know I said it after last game, but I'm going to ask you again, guys. What are your thoughts, I guess, on today's action so far, Judge?
Look, today has been great because we've seen what is amazing about TFT. It's dynamic. That while there is absolutely a meta, and there are strong ways to play units, and there are strong boards compared to other boards, we've seen success in different ways today. We started this broadcast with a Vayne. Like that, I did not expect that to come through at all today and be as successful as it was. We've seen Pony Reroll done with great success, and we've deviated from just playing Forgotten Dawnbringer and hoping that that carries through every single lobby. So for me, that's what's been the big takeaway from today. It's been great TFT, but it has really spoken to the minds of these players that they're flexible, they're able to understand the game wider than just their few favorite comps.
I'm going to ask you guys both this question. I might come back to myself as well, actually. But Frosty, you first. Who is the player that has impressed you the most today?
Honestly, I've been really impressed with a lot of players played today. It's hard to really nail down one off of just, you know, everything that's been going on here. I need to, perhaps scroll through the list here. Honestly, I gotta say, I gotta give a shout out to Fortune Chosen. The wonderful pony game that they played, I believe it was either game 2 or game 3 there. Just being able to really position well around everything there. It's a lot of the small technical things that I really enjoyed watching throughout the game. The way that they positioned around everything, being able to reposition extraordinarily quickly was just so critical in maximizing the amount of health that they managed to stay on throughout that game. And even running into those stacked late game lobbies that we managed to see, we're still able to easily clutch it out.
Well, for myself, I'm going to have to go with our double back-to-back winner in the first 2 games today, Peanut, who looked absolutely on fire in those first 2 lobbies. He played a really dynamic and flexible game throughout all 5 games today. He did finish on a last place. I have just checked the scores, but he is going through, and we're going to the eliminated players first. We have the scoreboards ready. These are the 8 players who will not be making it to the regional finals. Dende, Almost Here, Hitoff, Itchy, Unwol, Tat, Dragonbug, and Drowsy Sword. And as we were talking about, Dende, the 19 points wasn't enough. He needed that first place. Judge.
Yeah, so close for Dende because Reverse Ingots gets through on 19 points. Like, that is so unbelievably close. But alas, is not to be. Really scared for those who are in the bottom 8 of those who got through. Your Gauges, Perfect Slumbers, Chubby, Escher, Creamy, Knight, Cheesy, and Reverse Ingots. Because if they're still in that bottom 8 come tomorrow, they will not be going through to September. So you need to make sure tomorrow when scores start over, they get themselves out of the gates quickly.
The scores might be starting over, but this does act as the tiebreaker. So Ingots, as 24th place, has to guarantee himself some amazing finishes tomorrow. Now we look at the top 16 here. Jim Jam winning the day on 32 points, Now Fire on 30, then Dawnglaive, Multiply, Arv, Sora the Cat, Angora, and Peanut rounding out the top 8. Then Obo, Fortune Chosen, Banter, TXE, Chunga, Admiration, Amazing 5, and Timo's Dad for the top 16. Frosty, is this kind of what you were expecting heading in today, or are there a few surprise names up near the top?
Well, honestly, I'd say that there's a few surprise names down the bottom. I didn't really expect to see, I believe it was Gitoff, finding themselves in the bottom 8 there. Gitoff, an extremely strong player, but for the majority of them, when you get down to this caliber of player in this sort of a field, you're gonna see some of the cream of the crop rising up the top. Players like TXE, Chunga. These are just storied players that we've seen a lot of. Obu even, who was our previous set 3 champion. Even players like Sora the Cat and Dawnglade and Gora. These are players that are just absolutely astounding, and we've seen a ton of them in the past here. But I'm really excited to see, what other players have to offer as well, like Jim Jam taking out today, and Nowfire, which, honestly, I was very impressed with Nowfire's player as well. Very solid play overall, and I know we didn't really get around to saying who Judge's favorite player was, but I guess I'll just, I'll involuntarily do it now for him. Go on, Judge.
Go on, Judge.
Look, I tend to agree with you, Duck, in that I really enjoyed Peanut's play today. Those back-to-back wins at the start was really nice. That's actually pushed Peanut up into that top 8. So great position to be heading in, considering tiebreakers for tomorrow. Other than that, it was nice to see a little bit of Rangers come out from Sora the Cat. They played it a fair bit last weekend, so I was happy to see it come out again today. Peanut takes my favorite player, but Sora's in a very close second.
Well, that wraps up today's action on the Oceanic TFT Reckoning Series Mid-Set Invitational, but please don't go anywhere. Be sure to put tomorrow night, 6 p.m. AEST or 4 p.m. Perth time if you live here like me, to watch the top 24 duke it out for 16 spots in the regional final and $4,500 in prize money. Look, are we gonna I will just do it. We can curse 3 more players if we want. Who do we want to see through tomorrow, lads? Just give me a quick 1 or 2 names.
I want to see
Multiply.
I'm gonna say Angora. That was my pick from earlier, and I finally haven't cursed a player, so I'm gonna cheer for that. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching the TFT Reckoning Oceanic Series Mid-Set Invitational powered by Order, and we'll catch you here tomorrow at 6 p.m. AEST. Thank you.